Hello.
Oh, hello. Whew.
Hello.
Sorry I'm in a bit of a tizzy. I was just scolding some of the plants for spitting and nipping. I suppose it's my own fault for putting more than 4 to a tray. By the way, Beatrice Green is the name, but you may address me as Madam Green.
만드라고라고
Welcome to
뭐 사야
Dotney
되더라?
the Death Cap. Oh,
아,
mind you
맨드레이크.
don't knock the mandrakes. Oh, if there wasn't the constant demand for antidotes, I wouldn't need to stock so many of the little dears. Except, of course, for curses. And, well, if you've been petrified, then obviously you've come to the right place. Mind you don't knock the mandrakes. Oh, if there's an uprooting, you'll be the next one to drop dead, and I'm in no mood for a clear-up.
여기서 누가 죽었다고요?
Someone died here.
Aye. Fortunate, really, that it was just the one. Now then, how may I help you today?
I think I'll just have a look around for now.
Very well. Let me know if you see anything.
What do you have for sale?
Well, what say we show you some of what's available?
양배추, 맨드레이크 씨앗, 베네무스 텐타큘라 이거지. 500원? 600원? 그럼 씨앗도 사고. 아씨, 1850원에 2350원, 2950원? 그럼 300원 남는 거야? 참.
Oh, I'm always thrilled when a young one makes a wise purchase. I can tell you'll go far.
300원 남았네 이제.
Your things will be safe with me. Till there's doors always open. You be sure to stop by soon.
베네무스 텐타클라 사용. 일단 빨리 날라야 돼. 날아야 돼. 말을 나가야 날 수 있어. 적을 찾아라.
I have a brother who works at Gringotts.
맨드레이크.
Enough to sit behind a desk all day. That was quite enough of that.
텐타클라.
Assignment's all finished.
오, 독소네?
Stop it! Showing off, aren't we?
Confringo! Too late for you to learn the error of your ways.
Too late, too late.
Revelio.
야, 노동력 진짜 공짜로 일하네 이 새끼들. 공짜로 일해. 아주. 약초악. 드디어 윙가르디움 레비오사.
Does it get any more cozy than Hogsmeade?
아, 여기 마을이 왜 이렇게 커? 와, 반경이 엄청 넓어. 에이씨. 속도는 엄청 빨라 보이는데 거의 택트급 속도. 씨. 물론 뛰는 거보다 빠른데.
Revelio. This place has seen better days. Confringo.
미확인 의상.
Revelio. Revelio.
잠깐 여기 띠링 소리 뭐죠? 글럼 범블. 입구. 뭐씨. 입구. 입구 어디요? 다 막아놨네. 어이씨. 안에서만 들어올 수 있게 해놨네. 다 막혔어. 내려 내리라고. 왜 안 내리냐고. 타고 있는 상태에 들어갈 수 없다고? 진짜 가지가지 한다. 의지같이 했네. 여긴 또 된다고? 되는 데가 있고 안 되는 데가 있어. 액박 최저가 별론데 플스는 프레임 드랍 없습니까? 플스로 지금 하시는 분들 가끔씩 득득 끊겨. 액박은 가끔 프레임 드랍이 있어.
Watching plants grow could be so interesting.
아 그래 저 선생님 나 맘에 들었었어.
Wonderful to see you again.
갈릭 교수님. 이 교수님 좋아. 제일 이뻐.
I've completed my assignments, Professor.
Pleased to hear it. Professor Weasley will be too. I'll be sure to let her know how well you're coming along.
Thank you, Professor.
Professor Hecat tells me she taught you Levioso, so you should be ready for a more
상위.
advanced levitation charm. Wingardium Leviosa requires a
Wingardium
bit of concentration
Leviosa.
and a nice, graceful wand movement. Let's see you try your hand at it. When executed correctly, you should be able to pick up boulders as though they were sprigs of sneezewort.
오, 저 꺾이는데 좀 힘들었다. 부양마법인 윙가르디움 레비오사는 사물을 공중부양시키고 이동할 수 있습니다. 이동하여 물체의 위치를 조절하고 물체의 거리를 조절하고 회전시키세요. 이제 뭐 타고 올라갈 수 있고 그런 거. 이게 뭐 전투에서 쓰긴 좀 그런가 본데? 전투용은 아닌가 봐.
Well done! Feel free to practice Wingardium Leviosa here in the greenhouse. I've set some crates out for you in the next room.
Wingardium Leviosa.
You're a natural.
전투 마법은 아닌 것 같아. 여기서 마법을 바꿔서 날려보낼 수 있으면 좋은데 날려보내는 건 안 되는 것 같고. 어머!
Wingardium Leviosa. Defender.
어쨌든 다 배웠다. 공격 스킬은 6개 7개 7개라고 보는 게 맞겠네. 저거 밀어버리는 것도 일로 바꿔버려야겠다. 밀어버리는 거를 바꿔버리고 위아래로 왔다 갔다 하면서 다음. 더 이상 마법은 없어. 지도 내실. 아, 곱스톤. 지도 내실. 아니 진짜 이거 빠른 이동 포인트 진짜 어디가 맞는지 모르겠어. 재능? 재능 1개 남았을 텐데. 레벨업 했으니까 2개 남았겠네. 2개. 그동안 많이 성장해 있으라고 그랬잖아. 그러니까 이제 많이 성장해 있겠지.
I was hoping to see you.
자, 화장실 좀 갔다 오겠습니다. 자, 다녀왔습니다. 진행합시다.
You're back.
Finally. Minister Spavin talks more than he listens. Ranted on and on about rogue dragons. Wouldn't listen to a word about goblins. Speaking of which...
Listen, Professor, so much happened while you were away. I received a flurry of messages from Professor Black's house elf, Scrope.
Scrope sent you messages?
Yes, I thought it was odd too. He asked me to meet him and then told me to take the toast.
아, 반지 찾아달라고 했던 걔.
Under the lake.
응.
That's where I found Richard Jackdaw's
그
ghost.
맨캐였지, 맞아.
Who on earth is Richard Jackdaw?
He was a student here long ago. Anyway, he told me about a secret cavern. I went there, and right next to Jackdaw's skeleton, I found the missing pages.
You found the pages?
I did. And because Jackdaw had followed the map they contained, when I found the pages, I found the location on the map. Believe it or not, it's a room below Hogwarts.
Why am I not surprised? Shall we?
I was hoping you'd say that. Oh, and we'll need to bring the book.
나 옷이 저 겨드랑이 쪽에 왜 이렇게 철판대기가 찌그러진 것 같지? 이상하네. 아닌가? 원래 이런 건가?
The room is called the Map Chamber, by the way. And a portrait of Percival Rackham awaits us there.
Professor Rackham. I look forward to meeting him. How did this Jackdaw get the pages from the book?
Evidently, Peeves
교수님,
stole
조용히
them.
하세요.
And Jackdaw stole them from him.
Oh, Peeves.
Where are the two of you headed? No, don't tell me. I shall see you there.
아띠요.
To think.
맞아, 그 책 가지고 초상화가 책 갖고 다시 오라고 그랬지. 시버리가.
This looks promising. A map. There's Hogsmeade. And over here, the Forbidden Forest. And, of course, Hogwarts. It's magnificent.
어? 퍼시벌 경 어디 갔니? 계셔야 되는데.
If only you were here to see this.
여기 계시네.
Incendio! Hello, Professor Rackham. We've placed the book on the pedestal as you asked. And this is my mentor, Professor Fig.
How do you do, Professor Fig? And you, my young friend, see now why you needed to return with the book?
I do. I also see why you refer to this room as the Map Chamber.
That you have come this far tells me that you possess extraordinary magical ability. The potential and power of which will unlock should you prove yourself worthy. The location of each of 4 trials will, in time, appear on the map. Trials that will test you and give you access to invaluable knowledge. Trials that you must complete on your own. Do you recall the pensive memory you viewed in my vault in Gringotts?
전부 기억나진 않아요.
I do recall seeing the memory, but I don't remember all of the details.
My friend Charles and I spoke of the portkey and of trials we'd created for one who could see traces of ancient magic. Charles is another of the keepers, a designation we gave ourselves centuries ago, in light of the knowledge that we have been bound to keep hidden. Until perhaps now.
So, the passage from your ruins to Gringotts, everything in the vault, the restricted section, finding this room, none of these was a trial.
They were an important part of the journey, but they were not trials themselves. The fact that you have come this far, however, bodes well. The trials were designed to ensure that the power and knowledge we have kept secret for so long does not fall into the wrong hands.
이런 분들 앞에서
They
어둠
will
마법
test
써도
your
되는 거야?
abilities both innate and learned. But of equal importance,
호그와트를
everything you witness
오랫동안
as you
지켜오신
complete the trials
전통적인
will
분들인데.
inform what you choose to do with all that we share. You will need patience. The trials have much to teach you. It will take time.
I'm afraid we don't have the luxury of time.
We have waited this long, Professor Fig. Surely a few more.
Respectfully, sir, while I do not know the secret you keep, I do know that our young friend here has seen traces of a powerful dark magic being wielded by goblin kind. And we encountered an uncommonly powerful goblin wielding such magic as we prepared to leave your vault at Gringotts. We may already be too late.
This is grave news indeed. Young friend, do you trust Professor Fig?
I do.
Then, in the light of your considerable skill and all you have already accomplished, we shall
시험 바로
begin.
시험이요?
You will find the location of the first trial marked on the map below you. Whilst Professor Fig may assist you in locating the trials, they may be completed only by one with our ability.
Shall we have a look?
전투겠지? 시험은?
I know that tower. It's not far. You may have seen it yourself.
낯설어 보이는데요? 어디가 어딘지 어떻게 알아요?
I don't think I have. Perhaps your young friend is not as well traveled as you think.
As your mentor, the least I can do is go ahead to make sure it is safe. Join me as soon as you can.
탑에서 뵐게요.
I'll find you at the tower as soon as I can.
Until then, be careful and do not tell anyone where you're going.
어디로 가?
How would you like to learn the knockback jinx flipendo?
아, 또 배워요?
Once you've completed the necessary tasks, come and find me in the greenhouse.
플립헤도?
It's time you learned, Glacius. The
글래시우스도요?
It is an efficient way to cool down a heated situation. But first, I will need you to complete a few tasks. Once you've done
냉동은
that,
필요하긴
come see
한데.
me.
마법이고. 일단 두 개야. 호그스미드 역 위에 풍선을 터뜨리세요. 보름초를 재배하고 수확하세요. 세 가지 전투식물을 모두 획득한 후 동시에 사용하세요. 아, 정말 플립펜도 안 배워. 글래시우스 배울 거야. 이게 어디죠? 아니 지금도 벌써 3페이지 기술을 3페이지 쓰는데
Need, here I come.
다 쓰기가 쉽지가 않다니까. 이럴 거면은 괜히 저거 업그레이드 괜히 했어 이거. 차라리 더 상위 마법 재능 이거 여기 이거 찍지 말걸. 줌네 이거 3개 찍은 것도 후회돼요 이거. 아스이오 마스터하고 레비오스 마스터하고 인센디오 마스터 이거 찍은 거 후회돼. 레벨리오 범위 증가. 이건 찍어야 될 것 같은데. 프로테고 전문가. 프로테고를 완벽하게 해내 주문을 막으면 2개의 투사체를 적에게 돌려보냅니다. 아, 이런 것도 필요한데. 막을 수 없는 공격을 성공적으로 회피하면 MP가 상승합니다. 스투페파이에 맞은 적은 더 오랜 시간 기절합니다. 공중에 뜬 적에게 기본 주문을 시전하면 고대 마법 MP가 더 채워집니다. 코어가 일단 기본으로 다 하긴 해야 될 것 같아. 코어가 제일 필요해. 풍선 터트리라. 풍선 저기. 풍선 개머네. 나 알고 있는 상태에서 터트릴 수 있나? 안 되는 것 같은데. 에? 뭐지?
Expelliarmus!
왜 안 터지지?
No, I swear I won't be wasting your time, and I'm grateful for the opportunity, ever so.
Come on then, what you got?
It's
Why is it moving?
What? I bet you
빗자루로 쳐야 되나?
What you got in there?
설마? 빗자루 쳐야 되네. 빰빰빰빰. 한 개. 어딨어? 이것들이 어디다 숨겨놨대? 뭐 상점 얘 뭐야?
Hello. Do you have anything for sale?
That I do, but what's a student like yourself doing out here? Got yourself lost, did you?
전 탐험을 좋아해요.
Just exploring the countryside a bit.
Aye. Nice to break the routine now and then. Bit of a wanderer myself, in fact. Name's Leopold Babcock, and I am indeed here to sell. Now, for someone like yourself who is also prone to wander, I cannot understate the importance of keeping some Wiggenweld potion on hand. I wouldn't dare set foot in a place like the Forbidden Forest without a steady supply. What do you say, my young friend?
되게
A
멀쩡하게
measure of
생기셨는데?
safety for the path ahead?
Something to consider. Thank you for your help, Mr. Babcock.
Aye, let me know if you see something you like.
What do you have for sale?
See if there's something you need.
빗자루. 이 빠른 게 여기 있었네. 5,000원이 나네. 민첩한 빗자루.
That's been a pleasure.
성능차가 있을 것 같냐고? 10%만 빨라도 사람들은 5,000원 주고 사. 10%만 빨라도.
Revelio.
하는 소리냐 또. 아 정말 풍선 어디다 숨겨놨어 이놈 새끼들 진짜.
Revelio.
뭔가 느낌이 딱 투명 풍선인데.
Incendio. Revelio.
하늘에서 안 보이니까 그러지. 아니 뭐야 왜 저기 있어? 이 새끼는 진짜. 아니야 이 풍선은 아닌데? 이 풍선은 뭐야? 이거 나중에 뭐 또 할 때 쓰는 건가? 뭐야? 아씨 여기 못 들어가. 풍선 어디다 뒀대 이놈의 새끼들 진짜. 이거 아니지? 이거 아니야. 이거는 저거고 멀린 걔고. 여기도 안 보이고. 아 지독한 놈들.
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
지나쳤다고? 그럴 리가 없는데. 너무 어둡다. 잠깐만. 여긴 또 못 날아. 마을인가? 와 여기 있네. 와 치사한 녀석들. 탑건. 여기에도 풍선 5개 있대.
Revelio.
여기는 그나마 좀 찾기 쉽겠지. 한 개, 2개, 3개, 4개까지 보이고, 풍선을 영어로 발론, 한 개. 찾았다. 아, 여긴 좀 쉽네.
Brilliant.
브릴리언트. 드디어 얼음 마법. 응?
How did you
교수님
get on with those tasks?
레벨 2 자물쇠요?
Revelio.
다크 약... 아 잠깐만 나 템 바꿀 거 2개인가 있지 않아요? 헐. 아 전설 확인 안 했네. 로구 목 손 얼굴 알려주셈.
Madam Kagawa, I completed the list of tasks you assigned.
Wonderful. I trust you became more familiar with your broom through the process?
잘 알게 되었습니다.
Yes,
챌린지
Professor.
보상은
That's good to
굳이
hear. Keep
안
it
받아도
up,
돼.
and
외형이
perhaps
많아가지고.
one day you'll have a spot on the Quidditch team. If Black ever permits Quidditch again. Well, with those tasks out of the way,
퀴디치는 왜-
let us get started. Glacius,
다 못하게 했을까? 게임적으로
pay
그냥
attention to your wand work.
못하게 한 건가?
Well done.
글래시우스.
I'd recommend that you practice your new spell here in my office before taking it out into the world.
할당할 곳이 없어요. 윙가르드 역을 이쪽으로 하고 글래시우스가 이건가? 윙가르디움을 여기다 하고
There you go. Catching on quickly.
Defender, Confringo, Depulsor, Glacius.
오 정신 못 차리겠는데 이것들? 어? 사연타로 날리면
Expelliarmus, Incendio, Leviosa, Accio, Glacius,
I think
Depulsor,
it's very
Confringo, Defender.
But you continue to
정신 못
practice as
차리고
long
써,
as you
아주.
like. Kinesthesia is a powerful learning tool.
이거 이제 업그레이드도 아직 안 된 거라서 업그레이드까지 하면은 더 셀 텐데. 플립 펜더 배워야 되나? 보름초. 보름초 어디서 팔더라? 보름초. 아니야, 일단 시험 먼저 하고 그 다음에 비밀의 방. 감정 템 있는 거 하나 감정하고. 나 보름초 근데 제작할 수 있나?
Dick thinks you should be proud of all the potions you've brewed.
맨드레이크, 마디풀, 보름초, 매직 리프에 있네. 야행성 청록색 앙상블. 콤프랭거의 공격력이 상승합니다. 오. 근데 이것도 좋은데. 고대마 이거 저거 다시 슬롯에서 빼는 거 없나? 슬롯에서 빼고 싶은데 나중에 알려주겠지? 추출하고 막 이런 거. 챌린지에 뭐 독성전. 받을 수 있는 게 없는데. 반 1등 앙상블. 빗자루 외형 나이트 댄서. 잽산 빗자루. 이거 다 외형이야. 씨. 다 외형. 외형만 줘. 탑이 어디지? 엄청 머네요. 일단 여기 금지된 숲까지는 내가 해놨어. 무슨 시험일까? 보스 잡는 막 전투캐 이런 거나. 공중으로 가자. 아우씨. 저기도 풍선 있네. 저거 다 챌린지잖아. 저거 5개 하면은 저거 또 빗자루 외형 주나보다. 아, 눈에 밟히는데 또 안 하고 갈 수도 없고 진짜. 와. 뭐 이렇게 어려운 게 아니라서. 아 이제 풍선 5개 해야지 다음 거 주네? 이놈들 봐라.
How nice to see you, my young
Rebellion.
friend.
Over here.
저 왔습니다, 교수님.
We're not alone.
We are not. Ranrock's loyalists. Around a dozen I can see, but could be more.
Can't we apparate past them into the tower?
We could, but we've no idea what's in the tower. More importantly, however, I'd like to know why they're here. They've set up camp just ahead. I suggest we investigate a little before doing anything else. Let's go.
전투다. 이놈의 새끼들.
Well, this isn't ideal.
No, it isn't.
Revelio.
This way. And I'd suggest we use the disillusionment charm here. No sense in announcing our arrival. Quickly now.
적에게 몰래 다가가면 배터리 삐꾸스 또 달로스를 시전할 수 있습니다. 오.
Stay hidden and cast Petrificus Totalus.
Petrificus Totalus.
야.
Well done.
잠입 플레이도 된단 말이야?
I deserve better than that. There must be something here.
Petrificus Totalus. Orders. Directly from Ranrock.
These orders indicate that they're after something to do with names.
Revelio.
What names?
Rebellion.
Why here?
Rebellion.
오 씨.
Why am I always
I will draw blood.
아 암살자 이 새끼 이거. 아이씨. 한번. 오 아파.
I won't rest.
이 새끼 엄청 세네 이거. 잠깐만. 아까랑 달라.
Is that the best you can do?
I won't rest till you're dead.
엄마야. 갑자기 전투가 막. 은신으로 찍는 것도 나쁘진 않겠다. 잘 안 걸리니까.
Revelio.
전투 좋아하면 그냥 전투에 올인해서 찍고 은신 4개인가 밖에 안 찍더라고요 보니까.
Can't imagine the goblins know about the trials. They know that something is significant about this place, though.
여기는 또 못 날게 해놨네.
It's more than mere coincidence that we encountered Ranrock's loyalists here.
뽀글뽀글 소리야 뽀글뽀글.
Looks like we found the entrance.
It's locked.
야 역시 교수님.
Lumos.
An unlocking charm.
Very handy. No time now, but if you don't learn it soon enough, we can
여기
work on
프레임
it back at
떨어지는
the
거 봐.
castle.
왜 이래? 근데 루머스 써서 그런가?
I wonder who this is.
With roads like that, it could be anyone.
Wingardium Leviosa.
딩딩딩. PC판을 하고 싶다. 아. 근데 PC판 하려면은 12시간도 더 넘게 기다려야 돼. 12시간이 뭐야? 한 20시간은 기다려야 할 수 있을 텐데.
I imagine these brooms have been enchanted for centuries. Never seen an enchantment last this long.
Welcome to Sambakar's tower.
Hello, Professor. Did you say Sambakar's tower?
I did. Professor Bakar is a keeper you have yet to encounter. I'm glad to see that I was correct in presuming that we would meet again soon after our last encounter. Though I surmise, based on the commotion I heard, that you did not have an easy time getting to me.
We did not, Professor. We encountered goblins outside the tower.
That goblins were aware of my vault is disquieting enough. But if they have also made a connection to this tower, then the threat may be greater than I thought. All the more reason for us to move forward.
거울만 있으면
Downstairs,
시벌경은
near the entry,
나오시는구만.
a reservoir of ancient magic, like those you've seen before, has been unlocked. Commanded to access a doorway. I'm afraid I cannot say more. As Professor Fig cannot join you, he and I will, in time,
혼자
see
가야
you
돼.
back at the map chamber. Remember what you see.
근데 여기는 동료가 별로
We're going to need to understand
필요가
how
없더라.
Ranrock's loyalists
동료
knew
무쓸모야.
about a tower that once belonged to a keeper. For the moment, however, you've more important things to set your mind to. A reservoir of ancient magic, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Then I shall leave matters in your increasingly capable hands. That said, be careful.
I will, sir. I'll see you back in the map chamber. The reservoir of ancient magic.
첫
Downstairs,
번째
near
입구에
the
시험을
entry.
치르시오. 레벨 3자물쇠? 세상에. 또 던전.
Lumos. Wingardium Leviosa. Reparo. Wingardium Leviosa.
첫 번째 시험.
I've seen this before, in Gringotts and the restricted section.
뭐지? 불안한데? 오.
That must have done something. Best have a look around.
길을 만들어 버리네.
Revelio.
괜찮은 거죠? 놀래라 이씨.
Revelio.
나와. 나오라고.
More traces of ancient magic. Something must be different.
뭐야? 던전은 아니고 뭐지 좀 이상한데?
Revelio.
저 새끼 저거.
These are never a welcome sight. At least I know what to expect this time.
아, 그래.
Potato. Accio. Incendio. Leviosa. Expelliarmus.
뭐야 고대 마법 개쎄네. 한 방에 죽어 왜?
What have the keepers planned for me?
시간 제한 아니죠?
Revelio. Expelliarmus. These look familiar. Revelio.
아하.
Accio.
이거 아니죠?
Revelio.
여기에 숨겨놨네. 이거 뭐냐 이거?
Accio.
어디 있단 얘기야?
Was it Accio I used before?
뭐지? 이게 땡겨지나?
Accio. That platform looks like it ought to get me where I need to go.
아닌데. 여기선 빗자루 안 타져요. 윙가르디움
Wingardium Leviosa.
아니고요.
I presume I'm looking for traces of ancient
아니고요.
magic. But where? Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
저쪽 가기도 힘드네.
Accio.
씨. 저기 어떻게 가지?
I presume I'm looking for traces of ancient magic. But where?
설마. 잠깐만.
Of ancient magic.
아니 너 아니야.
But where?
좀 짧어.
Accio. Of ancient magic.
여기 어떻게 가지?
But where?
내가 나를 밀어낸다고 될까? 저게? 나를 밀어낸다고? 밀어내기로 안 되는데.
I presume I'm looking for traces of ancient magic. But where?
밀어내기로는 안 되고.
I presume I'm looking for traces of ancient magic.
왼쪽 벽에 내보가 어딨어?
But where?
없잖아. 고리가 있어야 된다니까, 고리가.
Wingardium Leviosa.
상자 어떻게 먹지? 이거랑도 이용하는 것 같은데. 이 와리가리 하면서 저쪽으로 좀 민 다음에 저쪽까지 가서 어떻게든 땡겨 가는 거.
But where? Accio.
어떻게 먹어야 돼?
I presume I'm looking for traces of ancient magic.
시끄러.
Where? Accio.
모르겠다.
presume I'm looking for traces of ancient magic. But where?
모르겠어.
Expelliarmus! Confringo! Defender! Confringo! Convulso! Defender!
이 안에 상자도 어떻게 먹는지 모르겠어.
I presume I'm looking for traces of ancient magic. But
여기 안에 있잖아. 이거 어떻게 먹는 거야?
Reparo!
리페로?
Lumos!
아 이거 어떻게 먹냐? 아 먹고 싶어.
Accio!
아 설마 여기서 이거 하면 뭐 생기는 거 아니야 진짜?
Traces of ancient magic. But where?
아니 아예 다른 길 나오는데? 잠깐만 뭐 생겼다. 아이씨 뭐야 이거 당황스럽네. 개삽질하고 있었네. 그렇지 이게 안 먹게 돼 있을 리가 없지. 여태껏 개삽질했지. 뭐야?
Revelio! What did that burst of magic do? Perhaps I should examine things from both sides of the archway. Accio! More statues.
아 이거.
Accio! Incendio! Expelliarmus! Convulso! Glacius! Defender! Confringo! Accio! Incendio! Expelliarmus! Levioso!
레비오사는 안 되고요.
Defender! Confringo! Pulsar! Not making this easy on me. Accio!
이거 타고 잠깐.
Revelio!
이게 왜 있을까? 실제로 필요하진 않아 보이는데 있는 이유가 있을 텐데.
Accio!
쉑쉑. 이거를 절로 보내야 되네요.
Seems I ought to explore this archway from both sides.
상자가 저기 있네?
What did that burst of magic change on both sides of the archway? Something must be different.
여기는 저게 있고. 와이씨. 이걸 일단 먼저 먹어야 되네. 저거를. 일단 먹고 시작해야 돼.
I need to see how the room changes when I move in and out of the archway.
야야. 아 설마. 아 이건 아니지. 이놈 새끼들. 그지같이 꽈놨네.
So that's it. I need to use both sides of the archway to get the platform to the other side of the bridge.
이쯤이면 될 것 같은데. 아 설마 안 돼. 떨어질 뻔했네. 씨.
So that's it. I need to use both sides of the archway to get the platform to the other side of the bridge.
아니 너 말고. 근데 지금 내가 먹은 거보다 더 안 좋은 거 나오는데?
So that's it. I need to use both sides of the archway to get the platform to the other side of the bridge. I'll never get used to these floors.
봐봐 다 능력치가 낮은 거야.
Revelio. Expelliarmus.
아! 아 진짜.
Incendio. Glacius. Convulso. Potato. Confringo.
왜 이렇게 많어?
Accio. Incendio. Expelliarmus. Levioso. Accio. Incendio. Levioso.
아, 야.
Expelliarmus. Incendio. Potato. Stupefy. Stupefy. Incendio.
먹을 거. 어디서 바꾸라고 여기서 했대?
Revelio. Accio.
어? 이게 이유가 있는디요.
Revelio. Accio.
일단 먹고 봐. 어? 튀어나왔나? 이거 두 개로 뭐 하라는 얘기지? 안돼! 아씨. 일로 군형으로 들어가야 저게 보이는데 여기서 점프가 안 되는데? 응? 포션을 준다는 얘기는 앞에 보스가 있다.
Revelio.
그래서 솔직히 이 게임 보스다운 보스가 없어서 조금 그렇긴 하네요. 게임을 거의 지금 한 10시간 가까이 했는데 보스전다운 보스가 없어. 뭔가 좀 긴장감을 유발하는, 똑같은 애들 재탕이고 막 이래서. 물약 왜 이렇게 많이 줘? 또 재탕, 또 재탕.
Defender. Expelliarmus. Leviosa.
뭐 없어 얘네. 그래 넌 좀 뭐 좀 있니?
Glacius. Defender. Confringo. Glacius. Confringo.
오씨. 개 아파. 아, 저 때 뭐 쓰는 거 같은데. 잠깐만. 너 쏴봐. 왜 안 쏴? 아이. 아까 카운터 어떻게 쳤지? 아, 색깔로 맞추는 거다. 색깔. 알았다. 색깔이네. 색깔. 너무 쉬운디?
What a relief. Revelio.
뭐 없는디? 깜짝이야.
Revelio. Another pensive.
아니, 좋은 것 좀 주세요. 왜 자꾸 낮은 것만 줘요? 이러면 시험 치는 의미가 없는디? 퍼시벌의 기억. 아, 또 기억을 보는구나.
Your ability to transfigure the world around you is remarkable. What is it?
My father isn't getting better. I don't think he'll ever recover from the death of my brother.
It is agonizing to see those we love suffer.
The drought was years ago, but the pain of losing him is as deep for him now as if it had happened only yesterday. He doesn't need pretty pillars, he needs peace. What if I could help him, Professor?
You do so much for your father already.
It's not enough. I want to take away his pain.
It is tempting, I know, to use this magic that you're mastering to transfigure more than the physical world. But human emotion is a potent force unto itself. Even the most well-meaning and competent witch cannot possibly know the consequences of irrevocably manipulating it.
So I'm to watch as my father's pain destroys him.
진짜 마녀 되나 그냥?
Your pain to take.
가족 못 구해서?
Every year, a student sees something sillier than I could ever imagine in their tea leaves. Oh, Miss Morgana, welcome back to Hogwarts.
교수로 돌아왔어?
Professor.
That's going to take some getting used to. Professor Rickwood?
I was so pleased
아까 그 꼬맹이 여자애가 교수 됐네.
the dark arts, Professor.
Sit, Isadora. Tell us about your travels.
I was actually hoping that you and the others might join me at my home this evening. There's much I'd like to share with you.
That would be delightful. We shall let the others know.
Very well. I shall see you then.
한 곳에다 모아놓고 저주라도 했나? 뭐 분위기 싸한데.
Another memory.
펜시브 유물?
Now to find a way out of here. More crystallized stone. That must be the way back.
그러니까 뭐 거울에 가뒀거나. 다음 교수 나왔네.
What have we here?
I'm a student at Hogwarts, sir, and this is Professor Fig.
Professor Charles Rookwood at your service. Has someone completed the first trial?
I have, Professor Rookwood.
전에 교수님을 뵌 적이 있어요. 기억 속에서.
We saw you in the Pensive in Gringotts with Professor Rackham.
Indeed. So, you found the portkey to access Professor Rackham's vault, and you deciphered the map within the locket you found floating above that Pensive.
I did. I found something that I can't identify floating above the last Pensive.
Ah, yes. You will find a similar artifact in each trial. You must take care to keep them safe. You will need them to complete the journey we have set forth for you. Once you have them all, we will tell you what to do with them.
Very well. Are you able to tell me anything about the next trial?
Before you proceed, I would like to speak with Charles regarding the urgent situation involving the goblins.
The goblins?
The student has seen traces of a powerful dark magic being wielded by goblin kind. They and their mentor, Professor Fig, not only encountered goblins lurking outside of San Bakar's tower, they also encountered a powerful goblin in my vault at Gringotts.
I'm afraid it would be wise to halt the trials until we know more.
고블린 먼저
We shall defer to you in this
혼내줘야
matter,
되나?
of course. Now then,
Wait, Professor. The name Rookwood. Do you think
that there's a connection to Victor? Perhaps, but we can't be sure of its significance, if any. For now, tell me what you saw in the Pensive.
before the witch from the last Pensive, Isadora, became a Hogwarts professor, she argued with Professor Rackham about using magic to remove pain?
Hopefully the next Pensive provides more context. For now, we should learn what Ramrock knows. I will be honest, I've no idea where to start.
Actually, I might know of someone. I saw Sirona at the Three Broomsticks speaking to a goblin once. They seemed friendly.
Well, it's worth a try. See what you can find out. Of course, don't forget
my studies. Yes, sir.
나 마법 많이
Before you
배워갖고
go,
한 대여섯 개 남았나 마법? 잠긴 게 모멘텀, 변신, 디센도, 플리펜더를 못 배웠구나. 어둠 빼고는 거의 다 이제 배운 것 같은데. 운바르다를 아직 못 배웠네.
Professor?
have you encountered swirling traces of magic in the world? Aside from those along our path?
Not that I recall. What are they?
Evidence of the Keeper's efforts to manipulate the power of ancient magic during our time. If I am correct, and I usually am, you should be able to use them to inform and enhance your own magic.
Thank you, sir. I will look out for them.
강화할 수 있다고? 야, 비밀의 방 놔두고, 아니 필요의 방 놔두고 왜 기숙사에서 자? 모멘텀을 배울 때가 된 것 같구나. 공중에서 물체나 사람을 얼려버리지.
I should ask Sirona at the Three Broomsticks about the goblin she was talking to the day of the troll attack.
빗자루 업그레이드 드디어. 드디어 업그레이드인가? 나 돈이 있나 근데?
I hope you will come and see me about a pressing and highly confidential matter at your earliest convenience. I believe that we may be able to help each other.
문씨. 말도 안 돼. 편지. 빗자루 업그레이드하러 가자. 근데 한 5% 빨라지지도 않고 느낌 쎄한데. 디센도 이제 거의 다 가르쳐주네. 거의 다 가르쳐주시는데. 마법 동물 수업 알로 호모라. 이게 락픽이군요. 디펄소, 플리펜도, 모멘텀, 디센도 다 알려주는데 이제.
You're back. Welcome back. I've arranged a special price on the broom upgrade for you. I truly appreciate all of your help.
비싸기만 해봐 아주.
What are we looking for today?
나 1,200원이 있는데 이 진짜. 더럽네 진짜. 돈을 모을 시간을 안 줘. 돈 모을 시간을 안 줘.
You'll be thrilled with that broom, I promise you. Thanks for stopping by. I must tell you, half of Hogsmeade's been by the shop asking about rumours of a broom upgrade. Without the information you provided,
다음 업그레이드는 2,000원인가요?
Thank you again. It may sound ambitious, but I've already begun work on another upgrade, more difficult to perfect than the last. I wondered, would you be interested in joining forces again? There's another course near Arendelle that Miss Reyes has mastered. If you were to test this first upgrade there, it may help me as I develop the next. Oh, you'll consider it, won't you?
알겠어요.
Sounds as if you're really outdoing yourself.
2단계는 2,000원, 3단계는 3,000원 아니면 4,000원일 것 같아.
I know this recent success was only the beginning of what I can do for broom flight. Report back as soon as you can, and we'll be off to the races.
Off to the
이메일다와
races.
대화하시오. 어디쯤 있는 거요? 정말에 여기로 가면 되겠다.
It's like a place right out of a storybook.
띵띵띵띵띵띵. 자, 얼마나 빨라졌을까? 오, 잠깐만. 좀 빨라진 것 같은데? 그리고 이거 저 가속이 되게 오래 가는데? 가속이 안 내려가. 뭐지? 바람 타서 이거 가속 왜 내려가지? 약간 바람 탔나?
Here we are. Mr. Weeks wasn't wrong about the mountain views.
If it isn't the second best Slytherin.
두 번째로 잘 나간다니. 내가 제일 잘 나가. 무슨 소리야 이거?
Revelio. Hello, Imelda. So, another trial?
Of course it's another trial. And you'd better be taking part.
이젠 내가 다르게 보이나 봐.
Does this mean you've changed your mind about me?
Well, you're a step up from the good-for-nothings who usually challenge me. Well, they sit around and hope to be the best. I put in hours of practice. No one sets records by wishing for them. And I need strong competition to stay on top of my game. Are you going to try to beat my flying record or not?
I'm ready to fly.
Let's go.
Finally, a decent challenge.
첫 번째 거 내가 40초 더 빨리 갔었나? 뭐야 저 고스트인가 저거?
Brilliant. That wasn't planned.
뭐야? 어디 있었어?
Getting the hang of this.
위로 갔다고? 아씨.
Excellent. I'd say that was acceptable.
아, 3점이면 3초 추가인가? 아 페널티 3초네. 그래도 이겼는데. 까불고 있어.
You've improved, I must admit. That was a bloody good run. Be careful. Earn a reputation for talent around here, and some people get proud about it.
Sounds like you're speaking from experience.
Yes, well, I am. Anyway, you didn't do abysmally. I can't deny that. But you'll not have the same luck on the South Coast course.
네 재능 때문에 퇴출당한 사람이 누구야?
We'll see, won't we? Till next time.
I half expected you to back down. Rest on your laurels. See you at the South Coast trial, if you don't lose your nerve. To race this course again, visit the podium with the leaderboard, where you can start the
1분
race and check your
55초?
time.
와, 씨 빠르네.
Another successful flight. I should let Mr.
저거 1등 하면은 뭐 챌린지 있을 것 같긴 한데. 뭔가 챌린지 있을 거야. 뭐야? 모든 레이스 1등 하면 님부스 주는 거 아니야? 설마? 그러면 안 되는데.
Hogsmeade, here I come.
Back from your latest flight? I want to hear all the particulars.
좋은 소식이에요.
Good news, Mr. Weeks. With your upgrade, I was able to set a new record at the Irondale course.
Brilliant! I knew the upgrade had fantastic potential. How did your broom feel?
It rides well. Does get a tad shaky at top speed, and the handle wobbles a bit when I hit a strong gust of wind.
Ah, yes. I see. I think I know how to address that. Thank you. I owe you one.
If it means another upgrade, the pleasure's all mine.
You sound as determined as I am to improve broom flight. It's a joy to have a collaborator like yourself. If I'm right, and I do hope I am, you'll be hearing good news from me soon.
이것도 메인캐 하나 끝내면 아마 연락 올 것 같아. 바로 연락 안 오더라고. 메인캐 해야.
Mr. Weeks and I do make a good team.
자, 마법을 배워볼까? 마법이 너무 많은데 뭐부터 배우지? 플립핸도. 일단 보름초. 보름초가 매직리프에서 팔지? 매직리프. 어차피 다 배워야 돼. 싹 다. 나 돈이 있나 근데? 업그레이드 하느라고 다 써가지고 돈.
Hello, be with you in a bit.
보름초.
Now, you let me know if there's anything else I can help you with.
또 뭐 해야 되지?
No one can say I don't keep a stacked shelf.
양배추 씨앗도 필요하지 않나? 중국산 양배추? 썬더볼 필요했던 것 같은데.
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
Hello. Careful of the mandrakes. I haven't fed them yet.
아주머니 빨리요.
Well, what say we show you some of what's available?
아, 또 200원 남았어.
When a young one makes a
아,
wise purchase, I can tell you'll go far.
또 200원 남았어. 아, 정말 답답하네 진짜. 돈이 주머니에 있는 꼴을 못 보네. 화분 크기가 잘못됐다고? 대형 화분? 아이씨. 구현 마법. 아니 화분 테이블도 사야 돼? 중형 화분 다 사야 되네? 최신식 썰기 스테이션. 진짜 별짓을 다 한다. 다시 갔다 와야 된다. 톰앤 거기 있다 그랬지? 나 근데 돈이 없는데? 톰이 여기였나? 톰 올리벤더스 톰이 어디였지? 톰, 아 스크롤 여기 있네. 아 돈 없을 것 같은데.
Does it get any more cozy than
저렇게 다 팔았을 걸 아마. 안 입는 건 다 팔고 있어 지금. 못 잡아서 돈이라도 주면 파밍이라도 하겠는데.
Take your time looking about. Plenty of wonderful books to stoke a curious mind like yours.
대형 화분은 안 파는데? 아 있다. 1,000원. 와, 2개 키우려면 3,000원이야? 비싸네.
A pleasure doing business with you.
비싼데.
Let me know if there's anything else I can do to help.
이건 지금 할 게 아닙니다. 예. 이 캐는 지금 할 수가 없어요. 모멘텀은 금방 배울 수 있고 트롤 점액 수집하기 디펄서를 먼저 배워야 되는데 아 디펄서 배우고 투구한 다음에 오나이 교수님 거 하고 코가와 교수님 거 먼저 하면 되겠다. 스파이어? 여기 어디야? 화분이 진짜 비싸네.
Not sure how I'd fare in a little place like this.
이제 지나다니면서 상자 있으면 다 먹어야 되나?
If you're here for my wares, I'm afraid I still don't have my carts.
상자 있으면 다 먹어야 돼.
After what Ranrock did to that goblin banker at Gringotts, I shouldn't be surprised at what happened to Arn. There we go.
다음 킴브리지. 여기 빠른 이동 있는지 봐야 돼. 이런 거 찍고 다녀야 편해요. 가는 길에 찍는 거 있으면 찍자. 여기 하나 찍어놨네. 킴브리지. 아니 돈만 모으려고 하면은 금방 모을 수는 있어요. 그냥 필드 돌아다니면서 동굴 다 털고 상자 다 털고 막 그냥 필드에 있는 거 다 하면 되긴 하는데. 뭐야, 저기도 풍선인데? 저거 타고 올까? 이거까지 하면은 스킨 하나 얼어주겠네. 이런 데도 막 상자 많이 있을 거야. 이런 건물에 저런 거 상자 있잖아요, 저런 거.
Who lived here, I wonder?
이런 거 다 주워 먹고 다니면 100원, 200원씩은 되니까.
Expelliarmus. Revelio. Accio. Guardian Leviosa.
여기 위에는 뭐지?
Revelio.
이거 뭐야?
Revelio. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
윙가르디움으로 갈아타.
Wingardium Leviosa.
아니. 들어.
Reparo.
리페로도 아니고. Let's go. 아이씨. 가열차게 시작했는데 이게. 나이스.
That's it.
교수님에게 뭐야 여기? 우와 여기 뭐야?
If I hear one more mention that plans have cost us spoils,
이게 뭐 하는 데야? 도적 캠프성? 잘 걸렸다. 돈도 없는데. 이놈 새끼들. (20레벨) 와 얘네들 좋은 거 준다.
And what happens? Calamity. The very moment I don't have every one of you standing in my line of sight, it's a disaster. And the first one of you's trying to pin it on me, you can count the minutes till you
꽁대원.
speak your last word. Ignore the lies and falsehoods. No one's mightier and Rockwoods. I've heard centaurs quieter than you.
많이 주는데? 뭔가 많이 줘. 돈 내는 거.
Betting on the dragon fight was the best decision I've made yet.
공중부양하여.
Come here, It isn't Nora Treadwell's guardian angel.
Accio.
Got my eye on a few nearby hamlets. They're in more danger than they know.
레벨이 높아 이것들.
Likely we'll need more wood if we're to not freeze. Seems harshness has her mind set to follow us.
뭐야 왜 안 돼?
Iredale's not half as tough as it sounds.
거의 다 잡았어.
Be it upon your heads when our expectations take flight like thestrals. Be it upon your conscience.
좋은 거 많이 주네.
Revelio.
아 젠장. 이걸 못 올라간다고?
Trouble's brewing and I'm without my friends. Revelio.
여기 보물상자 하나 있는데? 여기 있다. 뭐야? 저거 방금 그거 아닌가? 거기 끼는 거?
If it's that cat again, I'll...
tricks. Patrol, what's this totalis? Must be jealous.
뭐야 왜 안 죽었어?
Expulsion!
Incendio, you're the one who released Treadwell, aren't you? Accio. Levioso.
No, don't.
Quite conductive, aren't we? Glacius. Defender. I've had enough of them. Don't stupid going to get out of this alive. To your knees. Good for you.
아프네.
Accio. Expelliarmus.
Now you've gone too far. Hardly.
There you go. Stupid one.
Expulsion.
안 들려.
Expelliarmus. No. Defender.
안 들려요.
Expelliarmus.
That's mine.
Well, you'll have to do better. Expulsion.
Stupid one. Accio. Expelliarmus.
뭐야 쟤네들?
Regret this for the rest of your short life. Rookwoods don't go down easy. Leviosa. Expulso. Silence. Expelliarmus.
임페리우스를 불마법으로 공격해야 다른 공격에도 취약해집니다.
Oh, that's clever.
뭐야 이거? 왜 이렇게 많어?
You released Treadwell.
미친 것들 계속 소환해.
Expulso. Leviosa. Accio. Incendio. Expelliarmus. Accio. Leviosa. Incendio. Expelliarmus. No one takes one of it. Leviosa. You're juvenile creature. Defender.
깜짝 놀랐네. 얘네들 장비를 사냥하니까 장비를 많이 주네요. 나는 처음에 돈을 안 줘갖고 그냥 필드 사냥해서 100원, 200원씩 벌어갖고 돈 금방 모으겠는데? 장비를 많이 줘.
This looks like trouble.
죽음의 악취 이거 뭐야?
Revelio.
얘네들 한번 다 정리하면은 다시 리젠이 되면은 저거 계속 무한 반복이 되고, 만약에 다 처리해서 끝난 거면 체크된 걸로 봐선 그냥 다 정리된 거 같은데. 컬렉션 보물 상자들 1-1 다 정리된 건가?
Revelio.
보물 상자 다 먹었나요? 육각형 금태안경. 이건 뭐야? 애완동물인가? 아니 여기서 장비도 한번 싹 업그레이드 했어 지금. 죽음의 악취가 뭐야? 뭔가 귀때기 막 그런 건가? 귀때기 같은 거 같기도 하고. 띵띵띵. 장비 싹 바꿨어. 46 41 18인데 이게 더 높네? 레벨이 더 높은데 이게 공격력이 더 높아. (39) 36 42 42 47 39 38 47 38 똑같네. 나머지 싹 다 팔면 되지. 진짜 의상 거지 같네. 풍선이 또 있네. 이제 10번 터트려야 돼 풍선. 다음 스킨 받으려면. 개빡세. 끝내줄 정도로 재밌진 않아요. 요즘 나온 게임치고는 굉장히 수작인 거지.
Welcome back.
마법 알려주세요.
Have you finished your assignment?
Reporting back, Professor. Assignment's all finished.
Well done. Shows good discipline. Wisdom is a golden snitch, as they say, and you're proving a skilled seeker in that regard. Let us practice our restore momentum. A charm, incidentally, created to stop quaffles from plummeting straight to the ground during a Quidditch match. Precise, deliberate movements.
오. 이제 막 쫓아와. Arrest momentum. 적과 대상의 움직임을 둔화시킵니다. 목표가 클수록 주문이 미치는 영향이 줄어듭니다. 얼리는 게 제일 좋은 거 아니야?
Very good.
얼리는 게 더 좋잖아. 모두 늦춘다. 글래시우스가 난 거 같은데? 같은 제어라서 둘 중에 하나 쓰면 될 것 같은데. 지속시간? 그건 모르. 지속시간 얼음 꽤 길어. 근데 이게 아마 글라시우스는 사물에는 안 될 수도 있어. 적만 해당된다고 돼 있고, 모멘텀은 적과 대상이니까 아까쯤에 굴러오는 돌덩이 같은 거, 그런 거 필요할 때 쓰면 되겠는데 지금 굳이 쓸 필요는 없을 것 같고.
I recommend practicing your new spell as much as possible, perhaps before you leave here.
Accio, Wingardium Leviosa. Accio, Wingardium Leviosa. Accio, Wingardium Leviosa.
아, 이거 연계된다. 지금 제가 스킬을 이걸 썼거든요. 아시오를 썼거든. 아시오를 쓰면 땡겨오잖아. 그러면 땡겨온 다음에 여기서 내 앞으로 오면은 윙가르디움 레비오사로 바뀌어. 스킬이 연계된 것처럼 이렇게 쓰면 자동으로 저걸 써버려. 연계가 있네. 그냥 누르고 있으면 자동으로 써지는 것 같아. 그럼 디펄소를 배우고 그 다음에 디센도를 배워야지. 트롤 잡으면서 디펄소 쓴 다음에 디센도 배우기. 3 브룸스틱스에서 실온화가 되어왔어요. 3 브룸스틱스가 호그스미드에 있죠.
Hogsmeade, here I come.
잠깐만, 나 돈 벌어야 돼. 팔아야지. 개 비싸.
You're back. Nice to see you again.
팔로 하시다. 이렇게 팔아봐야 1,000원이네. 이렇게 팔아봐야 1,000원이야. 1,700원.
Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you again.
화분 하나 살 수 있어.
Folks still talk about you taking... Hello there. Nice to see you.
Hello, Miss Ryan. I wanted to thank you again for your help with Rookwood and Harlow the day of the troll attack.
Sirona, please. And I was happy to help. Oh, those two are nothing but trouble.
되게 목소리가 중성적이야.
Glad you and your friend were here when they found you.
I am too. You were speaking to a goblin here that day.
Yes, Lodgok. He's a friend.
고블린을 어떻게 믿을 수 있어요? 아, 다행이네요.
It seems as though you were on good terms with him.
I've known him for years. We met when I was waiting tables here as a student, well before I bought the place. He was cordial enough, but we weren't friends then. His mistrust of wizard kind ran deep.
But you're friends now?
We are. Hadn't seen him in years when he came in a few months ago. But he recognized me instantly, which is more than I can say for some of my own classmates. Took them a second to realize I was actually a witch, not a wizard. Not all goblins are like Ranrock and his loyalists. Lodgok is as worried as the rest of us about what's been going on.
In that case, I'd like to talk with him, about Ranrock in particular. Where might I find him?
I assume your interest is to do with the rumors I've heard about Ranrock working with our friend Rookwood.
It is.
If he's not here, you might find him doing business at the Hog's Head. He's a trusted metal trader. You should mention that we spoke. He can, understandably, be wary of witches and wizards, even ones as young as you. That said, if you're looking for information on Ranrock to help rein him in, you'll find an ally in Lodgok.
고맙습니다.
Thank you, Sirona.
If you find Lodgok, please give him my best. I don't know what you've done to make such powerful enemies, but please,
호그스 헤드 여관. 호그와트 헤드 여관? 가깝네?
Hello. Good to see you outside the castle.
You too, Amit.
Welcome to the hotel. Any empty seat is yours.
아이씨 비켜봐요. 아이 견과류 저기 벽에 걸린 수태지. 뒤에 금고도 있으시네? 다 털어가겠습니다. 딸랑이 소리가 또 나 바깥에 있네. 잠깐만요. 지금 돈이 붕해가지고 다 갖다 팔아야 되지.
Revelio.
띠링띠링. 어디서 자꾸 띠링띠링? 호그와트 헤드 무드. 안녕하세요.
Hello, Lord Gok. Serona said I might find you here.
She did she? Did she send you with news?
No, actually, I wanted to speak with you. It's about Ranrock.
Now I remember. The 3 broomsticks. Day of the troll attack. You're the student he's after.
I am. And I need to know what he and his loyalists are up to so I can stay a step ahead.
Let's say I did know. Why should I trust you?
시로나 씨가 절 믿거든요.
Serona trusts me and she thought our interests may be aligned.
Well, if Serona trusts you, very well. I may know of something that could help us both. A way to get Ranrock to confide his plans to me.
I'm listening.
Years ago, a heinous witch
내
stole a
방송을
sacred
720으로
goblin
봐도
relic.
선명하다고?
Rumor has
기분
it that
탓이에요.
it now rests in her sarcophagus. In a
원래 남의
tomb
떡이 다 더
accessible
커 보이는
only
게.
by wizard kind. Ranrock and I had a falling out a while back. The relic could well repair the chasm between us.
제가 유물을 찾아올게요.
Very well. I'll retrieve the relic if you promise to share Ranrock's plans with me.
We will have to trust each other. I, that you will not abscond with the relic, and you, that I'll share what I learn. Gather whatever supplies you may need, and meet me near the witch's
근데
tomb.
설정이 다르긴 해. 남한테 안 가르쳐주는 설정이 있어. 수집가의 동굴이 있고.
You can stop a thief in their tracks.
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
여기도 진동이 온단 말이지. 여기 왜 오지? 진동.
Revelio.
아, 500원 저거. 저 진동이 저 눈깔 상자 진동이구나. 임펄스 트리거가. 여기도 있네.
Revelio.
진동이 딱 오네. 아, 1000원 벌었어. 와, 이게 진짜 열심히 사냥해봐야 소용이 없습니다. 자, 이거 아침에 가자. 은근히 밤이 제일 긴 것 같아. 여기 무슨 북유럽인가? 밤이 엄청 길어.
I'm ready.
Good. There's no time to lose.
또 눈알 상자만 노리고 다닌다고 눈알 상자만 보이는 게 아니라서.
A valuable heirloom known as the Helmet of Urtgott. The witch considered herself a collector and purchased the helmet as a trinket. She cared not what pain she caused the goblins. Goblins believe that the rightful owner of any object is its maker, not its purchaser.
Wizard kind see things differently. It's a wonder goblins and wizards have ever been able to work
이
together.
새끼 진작에 뛸 수 있었으면서
Between our kinds and
걸어가고
myriad.
진짜.
They seem to be.
It may surprise you to know that I do not believe
내가
those
뛰니까 뛰네.
differences always to be insurmountable. It is the reason I find myself traveling with you to this tomb today.
자, 이거 해결하고 갈까? 인벤이 슬슬 압박이 올 수도 있어. 이게 뭐 하라는 거지? 뭐 하라는 걸까 이게? 4번 있고 6번. 아 7번 나갔어. 아이씨. 여긴가?
Revelio. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Reparo.
아니야, 아니야.
Expelliarmus. Incendio. Levioso.
뭐지? 뭐지? 뭘 하란 얘기지? 뭐 들리지도 않아.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
뭘 하란 얘기일까 이거?
Revelio.
아니면은 뭔가 좀 멀리 있는 거에서 뭘 하고 오는 걸 수도 있긴 있는데 이 나비하고 뭐 관련이 있나?
Incendio.
뭐야 진짜 괜히 눌러놔가지고 이씨. 아, 나 이거 하나 안 바꿨구나. 잠깐만요. 엑스펠라 이거 하나가 뭐였지? 리스킬? 아, 이거였나? 디펄서였나? 디펄서. 디펄서도 아니라고? 노노노노노노노노. 아니. 이거 연날리네.
Revelio.
아 모르겠어. 이거 여기다가 나뭇잎 넣어가지고 깨고는 가야 되는데.
Revelio.
뭐야? 나비 루모스?
Lumos.
응? 아이씨. 그거 나비 뭐일 것 같았어 이거. 개 쉬운 거였어. 아 정말. 이게 복잡하게 생각을 하면 안 돼. 복잡하게. 가자. 잡종견 일로 와.
Accio.
어디서 잡종견 따위가 이거. 아저씨 갑시다. 가시죠. 미안 타니야 미안해. 잡종견이라 그래서. 내가 잘못했다.
Ah, and there it is. The witch's tomb.
Dreadful looking place, isn't it? Revelio.
빠른 이동 포인트.
I wish you luck retrieving the helmet. As a wand carrier, you should have an advantage. Now, before you set off, do you have any questions?
동굴 안에서 맞닥뜨릴 만한 게 뭐가 있을까요? 아까 보스도 그지가 별로던데.
Don't suppose you have any idea what could be waiting for me inside the tomb?
거미들?
Considering a dark witch was involved, I suppose there's a chance
임페리우스라고
you may
알려진
encounter the
어둠의
dark
수호자?
protectors, known
오케이.
as Inferi. The foul creatures thrive on darkness and the cold. Vanquish them with light, force, and most effectively fire.
Fire.
It all seems clear to me now that we're here.
I do hope our alliance proves fruitful. Again, I wish you luck. I will remain here, eagerly awaiting your return. Please, be careful.
다녀오겠습니다. 던전이구나. 던전은 재밌어. 퍼즐만 많지 않으면 던전은 좀 탐험하는 재미가 있긴 있어.
Revelio. Lumos.
쥐도 있네.
It's sealed. Wingardium Leviosa. Lumos. Moths. Curious. Lumos.
따라와.
Lumos. Merlin's beard. Lumos.
뭔가 이거
Revelio.
아닌가? 아! 시폼 잠옷.
Lumos. This can't be the witch's tomb. Likely I need to go further. Reparo.
리페로 아니라고.
Leviosa. Lumos.
어? 저기도 나비가 있네?
Lumos.
나비가 3마리가 필요하군요.
Lumos. Accio. Lumos. Lumos.
루머스.
I have a feeling I'm not alone here. Revelio. Lumos.
누구 있다.
Accio. Incendio. Leviosa. Expelliarmus. These inferior, horrible. Stupefy. Glacius. Defender. Forza.
뭐야.
Accio.
아, 불이 없어.
Potato. Stupefy. Leviosa. Accio. Expelliarmus. Incendio. Accio. Incendio. Potato. Stupefy. Accio. Incendio. Expelliarmus.
저게 귀때기가 맞는 것 같아. 악취력이.
Incendio. Revelio. Accio. Repulsor.
리펄서.
Lumos.
아, 근데 이거 마법 바꿔가면서 쓰기 진짜 귀찮긴 하다. 아. 더럽게 귀찮네.
Revelio. Lumos.
한 마리 1 루모스에 1 나비야?
If I could power it somehow, it looks like it could be rotated. Accio. Leviosa. Repulsor.
아, 여기다 먼저 꼽아야 되는 거 아니야?
Lumos.
빠롱빠롱.
Lumos.
갖다 박아라 이 새끼야.
Lumos.
이리와.
Lumos. Revelio. Lumos.
루머스.
Revelio. Lumos.
어둡습니다.
Wingardium Leviosa. Reparo.
아닌가?
Accio.
왜 사다리 만드는 거야?
Reparo. Lumos. Reparo. Wingardium Leviosa.
봐봐.
Reparo.
리페로 아닌데요?
Lumos. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
화장시키는 거 아니냐고?
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
화장 아닌 것 같은데? 아니야. 뭐야 이것들? 아 여기다 꼽는 건가 보다. 아씨 잠깐만.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. I need to get that platform closer. But how? Expelliarmus. Lumos.
스타리 스케줄 교복.
Revelio.
여기도 엄청 많네. 이씨.
Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio.
저거는 먹는 게 아니겠지?
Lumos. What's that hanging there? Looks precarious. Wingardium Leviosa.
바닥에 있나 보구만.
Lumos. Wingardium Leviosa. Repulsor. Down I go. No other way.
내려가야 된다고? 잠깐만요.
Lumos. Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Lumos.
소형 러그. 진짜. 집 꾸미는 것도 컨텐츠가 어마어마해가지고 아우. 뭐야 수영이야? 뭐야 이거? 응? 여기가 거기 아래가 아닌가요? 그 아래인데? 자, 나왔나? 이놈 새끼들.
Expelliarmus. Lumos. Accio. Leviosa. Incendio. Expelliarmus.
뭐야?
Expelliarmus. Protego. Accio. Incendio. Expelliarmus. Leviosa. Accio. Incendio.
들어오세요. 아, 겁나 많아.
Leviosa. Incendio. Accio. Expelliarmus.
왜 이렇게 많어?
Accio. Incendio. Repulsor. Glacis.
얘네들이 불에 취약한 애들이라 저 불로 죽여야 돼. 다른 거는 딜이 안 들어가. 점비들인가 봐. 뭐야? 이거 맞나?
Lumos.
루머스. 자, 요걸로 어디를 올라가야 됩니까? 아이 정말.
This looks even
이거
more
왜?
complex.
왜 안 되는데? 원래?
Revelio.
아니 이건 그냥 못 올라가게 해놨네 이놈 새끼들.
Lumos.
이쪽에도 꼽나? 두 마리인가? 여기 지금 두 마리 있잖아. 몇 번 더 돌려보자 한번. 그냥 더 돌리면 돼.
Lumos. Wingardium Leviosa.
별거 없어요.
Making this spin ought to raise that platform. That must be it.
근데 이거를 저기다 갖다 꼽아야 되거든? 시간이 좀 그거네요. 애매하네요.
Lumos.
아유 정말 이거 써야 되네. 모멘텀.
Arrest the momentum. Lumos.
세 개째를 어떻게 갖고 와야 돼 그러면? 세 개째를.
Lumos.
아가야.
Wingardium Leviosa.
그냥 계속 생기는 건가?
Lumos.
쟤를 저기다가 꽂고 싶은데. 저 멀리 가버리네. 멀리 가버려. 아 얘도 여기 올라오잖아. 그러면은 이렇게 하면 되지.
Lumos.
여기다 갖다 놓고. 이거 올라오는지 몰랐어.
Arrest the momentum. Lumos.
두 개. 한 개 더. 둔화 시킨 상태에서 갖고 올 수 있나?
Lumos. Arrest the momentum. Lumos.
아이. 되는데. 하나
I need to
모질라는데.
bring moths to the door. Arrest the momentum. Wingardium Leviosa. Lumos.
안 와, 안 와.
Arrest the momentum.
아, 천천히 먹네. 아씨. 아니야, 딱 세 마리일 텐데. 한 마리 어딨나요? 세 마리 가지고 하는 거야, 이거. 어? 잠깐. 잠깐만.
Arresto momentum.
한 마리 더 있는데요?
Lumos.
아, 참 진짜 어렵게 생각하지 말라고 바보야. 12세 이용가라고.
The witch's final resting place. Lodgok said the helmet was in her sarcophagus. Revelio. The dead Ashwinder. Your compatriots must have made off with the helmet. Lodgok won't like this. Defender. Incendio. Revelio.
이거 왠지 불 붙여놔야 될 것 같지 않나요?
Incendio.
근데 안 붙네.
Better show this to Lodgok. There must be some sort of mechanism for this doorway.
아니 퍼즐이 좀 많긴 많은데 젤다의 퍼즐만큼 기발하진 않아.
Lodgok, the sarcophagus had been raided. I found no helmet, only a dead Ashwinder.
Damn! They got here first. We need to get it before Rookwood uses it to further ingratiate himself to Ranrock. I saw one of their campsites not far from here, but I fear you must go in alone. My fighting days are behind me.
혹시 그 캠프 제가 아까쯤에 다 전멸시킨 캠프 아닐까?
I'll head there now.
Good. There's no time to
그럼
lose.
개꿀인데.
Get to that helmet before Rookwood does, or we will lose our chance at any leverage, no matter how small, with Ranrock.
레시피 살려고.
To think those wretched thieves have their hands on such a relic.
이거 뭐지?
These rocks have seen better days.
이게 뭐 하는 거야? 이게 뭐야? 뭐야? 웬 발자국이야? 필드에 이상한 게 많아가지고.
Wingardium Leviosa.
뭐지?
Accio. Potato. Accio. Incendio. Expelliarmus. Levioso. Stupefy. Accio. Incendio. Expelliarmus. Levioso. Arresto momentum. Defendo.
어디서 이것들이?
Lumos.
여기다가 뚜껑 올리는 건가?
Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Revelio. Accio.
뭔지 모르겠네. 이씨. 그냥 이거 먹고 끝 아니야?
Revelio. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Leviosa.
이게 뭐야?
Accio.
뭘 더 해야 돼?
Guardian Leviosa.
뭘 하라는 겁니까?
Accio. Revelio.
어떻게 해야 할까요? 아 여기 하나 더 있네.
Accio. Guardian Leviosa.
댕겨? 이게 다요?
Incendio.
이게 뭐 하는 거지? 뭐야? 뭐 먹었어? 뭐지?
Accio.
이게 뭔지를 모르겠어요. 처음 봐가지고. 이게 뭘까? 고대 마법 핫스팟. 고대 마법이 넘쳐흐르는 작은 이게 뭔 소리야? 그냥 마법 게이지 차는 거야? 저거? 2칸짜리 파란색? 그럼 진짜 어이없는데? 야 이거 너무 밥이다. 자고 아침에 갑시다. 핫스팟은 씨. 여기야?
Did you hear that?
와 뭐야?
Expulso! Stagger!
뭐 지들끼리 싸우는데?
To regret that. Pay for your deed.
아싸. 알아서 죽여주겠구만.
The Ashwinders.
Expulso!
와, 저 전기 데미지 800 들어가던데? 와, 엄청나네.
Expulso!
돌멩이 적중률이. 나이스. 나이스. 다 죽었나? 뒤에 가서 목 따야지. 트롤의 바위로 트롤을 치기. 얘는 저거 안 되네. 와, 파트리쿠스 또 달러서 쳐봐. 이거밖에 안 달어? 세상에. 심각하네.
Accio. Expelliarmus.
돌 다시 던져봐. 무장 해제가 안 되는데? 무장 해제 어떻게 하지? 아, 무장 해제 안 돼. 우와. 동사할 뻔했네. 돌멩이를 그때 던지냐? 과제 갱신됐어. 아, 트롤캐 자동으로 깨졌네? 오케이. 아, 저거는 LBRB는 다른 거예요. 필살기. 그슬림 3단계. 저거 어떻게 컬렉션에서 봐야 되나? 속성. 아, 재료가 필요하네. 니즐털? 니즐이 구경한 적이 없는데.
Revelio.
뭐야?
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
아, 내가 10원 먹으려고 진짜.
That's it.
찾았다.
This is for Rookwood.
I'll make you wish you were back at school.
Accio. Incendio. Expelliarmus.
You let Laura Cadwell go, didn't you? You're about to wish.
Accio. Incendio.
You've made a great mistake. Disarm my wand. Feel.
I did it. And an Ashwinder, no less.
어떻게 알고 나타났을까? 놈새들. 어? 아, 3원. 진짜 더럽네. 내가 3원 먹으려고 지금 1원? 너무하네요 진짜.
Revelio.
탈 것도 부를 공간이 있어야 돼.
Looks rather dark in there. Never stopped me before.
가져왔어.
I retrieved the helmet from the Ashwinders.
Well done. This is sure to impress Ranrock. The helmet shines even more brightly than I imagined. The etchings, the contour of the profile, remarkable.
또 립 서비스 해드려야지.
It looks stunning, Lodgok. I see why you wanted it back.
You did the thieves a service by recovering it. I know many a goblin who would have killed for it.
Ah, then I am glad to be rid of it myself.
Thank you. This should earn Ranrock's trust. I will take it to him immediately. It may distract him from his search.
His search?
It is merely an inkling. You have impressed me greatly, friend. I am glad that I trusted you. We shall speak soon. Best to keep our arrangement quiet for now. Many will not believe that our aims might possibly be aligned.
Incendio.
우르트 곳의 투구. 그러면 이제 마법 2개 배울 수 있나? 잠깐만. 호모라우. 보름초. 아, 보름초. 아씨. 실전에서 공중에 뜬 적에게 디펄소를 시전하세요. 디펄소 나 배웠지? 디펄소 배웠을 거야. 디펄소가 이거 아닌가? 아닌데? 디펄소가 뭐였지? 아, 디펄소 이거 띄운 다음에 그리고 마법 2개. 근처에 한 마리 있겠지. 밀렵군 결투가가 리덕토를 시도할 때 100이? 뭔 소리야 저거?
Is that you, Royland? You, is it? Reductor!
리닥터! 저거구나.
Accio, afraid to take a hit, are you?
Oops.
Protego.
Nothing for one, Blacklock.
Accio.
You're the little sod that saved Medwell.
Confringo.
Don't try to.
Defender.
What have you done? Reductor!
리닥터.
Good also.
You have Confringo!
Glacius. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Leviosa.
Put me down! Treating me like I'm not a proper lady!
Yes. Accio. Expelliarmus.
아, 갖고 놀라 그랬는데 도망가 버리네. 뛰었다 내렸다 뛰었다 내렸다 불렀다 뺐다 했다 하려고 그랬는데.
Accio. Leviosa. Cabalso. Accio. Leviosa.
Is this your best?
Expelliarmus. Incendio. Accio. Leviosa. Incendio. Expelliarmus. Accio. Incendio. Glacius. Cabalso. Defender. Confringo.
나이샷. 콤보 좋았어. 여기는 뭐 하는 데지? 얘네 평화롭게 살고 있는 곳 아작낸 건가? 어? 저것도 있네요. 던전.
This could prove dangerous if I'm not careful. Lumos.
근데 이거 던전도 깬다면은 좀 체크해주면 좋을 텐데. 뭐야 이거? 세한데?
Revelio. Lumos.
잠수 어떻게 하지? 잠수가 안 되는데? 켜야지.
Glaciers. Confringo. Defender.
들어가고 싶은데 뭐 들어가는 버튼이 안 떠요. 몰라. 나중에. 다른 방법이 있나 보지. 일단 마법이나 배우러 가자. 점술 수업. 점술 수업. 이제 3개인가 4개 배우면 마법은 얻은 마법 빼고 다 배우긴 하는데.
Afraid of a staircase?
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones.
뭐야 이거? 강의실이 좀 여기 강의실 맞아?
Revelio.
이 양반도 저 터번 뒤에 얼굴 있는 거 아니야? 여기 터번 쓴 사람이 많아. 손금보기. 이제 뭘?
I hope those assignments were challenging enough for you.
오, 교감.
I've completed all of my tasks, Professor Onai.
Very well done. Although I must admit, I did have something of a premonition that you would follow through. Now, as you have no doubt sharpened your perception by completing my assignment, I am curious, based upon the knowledge that one's present and even one's past may reveal traces of what is to come. What do you see in your own future?
대마법사요. 힘이 보여요.
I see good things. After all, the future's mine for the taking, and I shall take what I must.
The future is not etched in stone. It can be carved out by those with very strong wills. And you do.
저희는 슬리데린이잖아요.
But this talk of tomorrow should not divert us from your present success. I shall inform our good deputy headmistress of your exemplary performance. And if that performance is any omen of what your future may hold, then I, for one, see great things. Channel your magic towards your targets. You have it! Now, why not practice the new spell on the training dummy?
디센더가 내리 찍는 거지.
Expelliarmus. Descendo.
I think you have it.
띄운 다음에
Accio. Levioso. Descendo.
At some point, you must stop preparing and put your newly
얼린 다음에 하면 깨질래나? 콤보로 쓰면?
Accio. Levioso. Glacier. Descendo.
하고 다음 마법 아 보름초 알로 호모라 아 저 보름초 진짜 귀찮아. 왜 여기는 하나도 찍은 데가 없지? 간 적도 없네. 세상에. 웨이포인트를 찍어야겠구만.
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones.
아 저놈의 곱스톤. 유일하게 해결 못한 사이드캐. 귀찮아서. 자물쇠 이제 딸 수 있어. 근데 바로 1레벨만 알려주지 2레벨은 안 알려줄 것 같은데.
Revelio.
어디요? 여긴데? 호그와트 문장. 드라코 너르미넨스 눈 깜짝? 뭐야?
Hey, it's me, Gareth. Do you have a moment?
아니, 시간 없어.
Revelio.
기숙사 점수 모래시계구나 이게. 우리 몇 점이지?
Revelio.
이거 어떻게 열어야 돼? 아 여기 있네. 아, 깜짝이야.
Hello again, Mr. Moon.
Oh, I was hoping to see you again.
아 문씨.
Gladwin Moon, Hogwarts caretaker.
한국인인 것 같아.
At your service. First, please allow me to apologize if I seemed a bit unsteady when we last met. I'm afraid I had a rather disconcerting encounter. Although I hear your visit to Hogsmeade was even more eventful than mine.
I suppose you could call it eventful. I certainly wasn't expecting a troll attack.
Oh, of course not. And from what I understand, the village was lucky you were there. In fact, my recent visit to Hogsmeade is the reason I was hoping to bump into you. I could use your help with something. Do you see that curious statue over there? Watch what happens when that light changes from day to night.
밤이요?
Now, if you wouldn't mind humouring me for a moment.
데미가이즈 월석.
From the statue. Ooh, odd little contraptions, aren't they? it seems the statue vanishes once the moon is removed. Which, incidentally, can only be done at night. Why don't you hold on to that one for now, and I'll explain more as we walk. Ever since that fateful day in the village, those curious statues have begun appearing about the castle. A fair number have been strewn around Hogsmeade. Someone, it seems, is trying to torment me. You see, that day in Hogsmeade, I turned the corner and came face to face with a boggart, or shapeshifter, if you will, which takes the form of whatever scares you most. This one took the form of a demiguise.
A demiguise?
Yes! Terrible creature that can see the future. Wholly unnerving. I encountered one when I was a lad in Korea. Terrible experience. Those statues are demiguises. The moons, I assume, are an uninspired play on my name.
Lumos.
Some jackanapes used a boggart to learn my greatest fear, and you I have my suspicion as to the scoundrel or scoundrels responsible.
Lumos.
It is my hope that they will slip up and reveal themselves as the statues disappear.
빨리 알려줘요, 자물쇠.
Your help in removing the statues.
Why me?
A couple of reasons, frankly. First, your daring do against those trolls in Hogsmeade has gained you a reputation for fearlessness. Second, as macabre and hideous as a demiguise is, most would find my fear of them unwarranted. You, however, have seen how they affect me. I'm at my wit's end, young friend. I simply can't bring myself to go near them. In fact, I know of two statues right here.
금방이라도 토하실 것 같은 목소리야.
Perhaps you could start simply by removing them, so I can go about my evening duties.
I'd be glad to help you, Mr. Moon.
Oh, I knew I could count on you. First, you know how to cast a disillusionment charm, correct? You'll want to do that before wandering the tower at night. Next, you'll notice that the door is locked. However,
Alohomora.
Alohomora, that's how.
But what about curfew?
Curfew? Oh, tosh. I sense you're a bit like me when I was your age. Oh, the school was my oyster. And I took advantage of it. Oh, everyone loved me for it.
라떼 시전 하시네 또.
Oh, those were the days. Now, you'll find one statue in the prefect's bathroom and the other in the hospital wing. Good luck. Oh, and thank you.
알로호모라. 응? 여기 있는 게 아닌가 보네.
Alohomora.
아 그냥 여는구나. 할당 안 하고. 뭐야? 어떻게 하라고? L과 R을 사용해서 불꽃을 움직이고 두 개의 기어가 활성화되어 잠금이 풀릴 때까지 다이얼을 돌리세요? 뭐 이거 어떻게 하라는 얘기야? 무슨 방식이야 이게? 왜 열린 건데? 그냥 진동 오길래 그냥 가만히 있었는데?
Remember, use a disillusionment charm so no one can find you. This is a restricted area of the castle.
Alohomora.
아 이거 할 때마다 해야 된다고? C로는?
Revelio.
응? 그냥 진동 오길래 멈춰 있었는데 아무것도 안 하고. 아, 월장석 줘야 되는구나. 이 레벨은. 리벨리오를 시전하여 적의 위치를 알아내면 상황을 파악하고.
Revelio.
띵띵띵. 한참 올라가야 되네.
Revelio.
Rather poorly, I'd say.
Is that so?
We're raising a generation of coddled cape flappers that can...
샤프 교수. 오, 깜짝이야, 씨. 이거 불 붙이는 거였나? 아, 쉣!
You are to be remanded at once.
진짜. 저거 처먹으려다가. 욕심 부리지 말아야지. 에. 뭐야 이거 여기서부터야? 이거 다시 풀어야 돼? 아니지. 다 먹은 거지.
Revelio.
그렇지. 다시 해야 되는 줄 알았는데. 여기 있던 애들 어디 갔지?
Revelio.
아, 저.
Revelio.
아, 레벨 3 자물쇠야. 아우 씨. 빨리 가, 임마. 아, 왜 올라가? 어머머머, 어머머. 저거 봐라. 정신 차려.
Revelio. This must be the prefect's bathroom.
젠장, 여기 너무 위험한디? 아씨. 풀다가 죽을 것 같은데. 안 걸리겠지? 아, 저 각도가 딱 보이는 각도인데. 아, 몰라.
Hello, Hamora.
Always mucking about.
Oh shit.
Perhaps Ranrock and his lot wouldn't be so combative if the ministry would allow them to have wands. One of those goblins comes near me, I'll hand him his hat.
또 어디?
My marching Professor Hecat's class is superb.
Revelio.
아, 또 올라가야 되네.
He's right. Why don't you leave goblins alone, troll? How dare you speak to a prefect that way? I'm a prefect too, you twit. That's it.
Hello, Hamora.
House point.
나이스. 간다. 내가 간다.
Imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented blue.
Revelio.
I suppose I should begin my rounds now.
아, 최애 교수님이 계시네. 와. 걸릴 뻔했네.
Revelio.
About and the golden snitch. Rather a lot like life, isn't it?
Oh, I suppose I should pay close.
You should.
어머.
Revelio.
아, 레벨 2네. 빠른 이동 안 되나 여기서? 빠른 이동? 빠른 이동을 막아놨네. 야, 왜 그 사이로 관통이 안 돼? 어디 갔냐? 거기 꼈어? 꼈어. 야!
Revelio.
이거 아닌가? 어디지? 오 마이 갓. 됐다. 다시는 시키지 마세요.
I have the moons you asked me to collect.
Oh, goodness! You're as fearless as I'd hoped. An excellent start. If we can collect more, it may shed some light on who's behind all this. Of course, I first suspected Peeves. He drove the previous caretaker, rancorous Carp, to an early retirement with his intolerable buffoonery. But that does not explain the boggart in Hogsmeade, does it? No. I am determined, with your help, to discover the identity of my tormentor.
기꺼이 도와드릴게요. 자물쇠를 3단계 열려면 도와줘야 돼. 어쩔 수 없어. 꼴보기 싫어도.
I'd like to help you solve this mystery.
You, my friend, are a gentle person and a scholar.
2단계 열게
And I
해주세요.
have something to offer in exchange
어서요.
for your assistance. Now, remember, the moons are only retrievable at night. Thus, I encourage you to use a disillusionment when necessary.
더 도와드리면 뭘 해주실 건가요?
You mentioned offering something in exchange for my assistance.
I did. Once you've brought me enough moons, I'll show you even more powerful forms of Alahamora. Not every lock is as easy to pick as the faculty towers.
총 몇 개죠?
How many statues are there to find?
I don't know precisely, but I've spotted dozens. Seems they're everywhere I look. You have your work cut out for you. If you
그럼 위치도 안 알려주고 호그와트를 그냥 샅샅이 뒤지고 다녀야 돼 밤에?
Understood. I shall keep an eye out.
I appreciate.
개노가다인데 그러면 위치 안 알려주면
Oh, and I knew you were the one to ask for help. Keep at it so we can solve.
이걸로 나오긴 나오는데 저런 건가? 저거 아닌데. 개빡센데 그러면? 뭐야 이거? 깔고 앉은 거야? 달 뒤의 남자 이게 뭐야? 월석을 글래드윈 문에게 가져다 주기. 월석이 없어요. 어디 있는지도 모르고. 서브캐 아니고 이거는 메인캐였고 아 9개 가져두면 9개만 찾으면 3단계까지 다 알려주네. 모든 마을들을 수색해봐야겠다. 호그와트와 호그스미드 모든 마을들을 수색해봐야겠다. 호그와트만도 아니야. 전맵이야. 이거는 공략을 차라리 보고 밤에 가서 빨리빨리 가서 하는 게 나을 것 같은데 이거는 생노가다 공략 나올 때까지 기다리세요 그냥. 나도 엄두가 안 난다. 엄두가 안 나. 보름초 재배해야지. 보름초가 1000원이었지? 1000원. 그리고 대형 사야 되고. 아 저기가 아닌데? 밑에 레시피 가게 가서 사야지.
Does it get any more cozy?
맘 같아서는 2개짜리 사고 싶은데 2개짜리는 3,000원이라서 진짜 너무 비싸. 아, 이게 돈이 아니야. 잠깐 이제 여기도 자물쇠 깔 수 있는 거 아닌가? 아, 2레벨 자물쇠네.
Mine now, Demi guys.
기본 2레벨 자물쇠네. 쓰잘데기 없군요, 1레벨.
It's always nice to see a familiar face.
오호, 이렇게 올라가는 거였네.
Revelio. Accio.
아, 책장 어디 갔어? 레시피 사러 왔어요, 아저씨. 중형 화분 아니고요. 대형 화분 2개. 아, 2개짜리 살까? 아니야. 1개만 해.
Nothing like finding just the right thing, is there?
마법 배우려면 이게 있어야 돼.
Let me know if there's
그지
anything
같지만.
else I can do to help.
대형을 어디다가 놔둬야 되지? 여기다 둬야 되나? 뭐 15분? 걸음이라도 사올걸. 아, 중국산도 해야 되는데. 아, 중국산은 안 해도 돼. 중국산은 있잖아. 보름초만 재배하면 돼요. 보름초만. 아니, 15분 동안 딴짓하고 와야지. 딴캐하고 와서 해야지. 이걸 어떻게 보고 있어요. 못해 그렇게. 동물 수업 갔다가 오면은 딱 맞을 것 같아. 그리고 이거 플립밴도까지 배우면 마법은 일단 다 배우니까. 아, 4단계 뚫어야겠는데 이거 도저히 안 되겠다. 뚫어야 될 것 같아. 그리고 색깔별로 차라리 놔두는 게 오히려 애들 베리어 깰 때는 색깔만 보고 깨면 되니까 그게 나을 것 같기도 하고. 어디죠? 수업? 여기?
Off on another adventure, are we?
저기서 노숙했니? 수업하러 들라고?
Welcome, everyone. I see you've already met some of the many beasts we study in this class. Though be advised, none of these creatures should be taken lightly. They are all in their own way dangerous, especially if one does not know how to handle them properly. Now, it seems many of you are out of practice. Let's take some time to review the basics of how to care for a beast, shall we? Miss Sweeting, would you please assist our new student with the lesson today?
Yes, Professor Howen. Hello, I'm Poppy Sweeting.
이름이
Don't worry
포피라고?
about Professor Howen's speech. She over-exaggerates sometimes. All the beasts in
얘
class
기숙사 저거 제일 거지 같은 호플
Miss Sweeting, pay attention.
허퍼퍼퍼퍼퍼
The tongue of a
허퍼퍼퍼 거긴 해?
husky can be a slippery
말도
devil.
섞기 싫은데?
Yes, Professor. Here, you can practice on Gerald. Just keep an eye out for his tongue. You can use my brush. Just be gentle. Oh, and
마법
think
동물
pleasant
쓰다듬기용 빛.
thoughts. I like to think it enriches his experience.
이거 주문에 할당하라고? 어이없네.
That's lovely. I'm sure he feels much better. I think he might be hungry. Would you mind giving him some beast feed? What do you suppose the pellets taste like to Gerald? Pudding, I like to think. I think we can safely
엄청
say
잘
that Gerald
청네.
likes you.
That's good news. He seems very nice.
He is. Kindness is one of his best qualities, right after ambition and cleanliness.
Good work, everyone. Now, let's make our way to the pens and select another beast. And please, do be careful as you feed and groom them. Miss Sweeting, why don't you show our new student to the Neasels?
나 니즐 뭐 털 필요한데?
This way.
그러면
The Neasels
니즐
are over
털
here.
필요하면은 니즐 죽여야 되는 건가?
Oh, couple of Neasel whiskers ought to get me a few canuts at least. Enough to buy something from Honeydukes.
뭐야 털 뽑아.
Stupid thing.
What in Merlin's name are you doing?
Tuss, peculiar Poppy. Worried about a worthless little rodent.
Her name is Persephone.
Her name is Persephone.
That's really not funny.
뒤에 레이븐클로에 겁나 웃겨. 춤추네.
Let's go.
Those two don't belong anywhere near this class. Poachers in training. Persephone was onto them instantly. Thank you for your help. Let's carry on. Feed and brush the Neasels just as you did with Gerald.
귀찮네 이거.
The Neasels really took to you. They know a good egg when they see one. As do I.
It appears our time has come to an end. Please close the pens and see yourselves out. Now, where is our new student? Ah, there you
니즐
are.
수염은 어떻게 하지? 나도
I would
뽑아야
like a
되는데.
moment, please.
속해 박으려면.
Hello, Professor. You wanted to speak with me?
I did. How did you find your first beasts lesson?
동물들이랑 있으면 재밌었어요.
It was wonderful. I believe I'm really going to enjoy this class.
Good. You seem to understand that when beasts
근데
are
이거를
properly
순차적으로
controlled,
해야
they can
한
play
2,
a
3단계
vital
되면
role in
히포그리프
our
탈 수 있는 거 아니야?
Some provide us with magically imbued materials.
기초부터 해야 될 것 같, 해야 되긴 해야 될 것 같아.
correctly. which does not include torturing them for whiskers. Well done, by the way. Probably best to let me handle it next time.
Yes, Professor.
They're nearly as bad as the Savagers in Rookwood's poacher pack. Sadly, we're the ones who suffer, stumbling over dead beasts. Terrible waste of resources.
Surely the poachers can be brought to justice by someone. The Ministry, perhaps?
An optimistic idea. Now, why don't we focus on more immediate matters that we can control? Professor Weasley has asked that I prepare some
저 이미
assignments
다른
designed
5학년
to catch
초월했습니다.
up to the other fifth years.
저 교수 시켜도 모자랄
Be
판에
on the
지금.
lookout for my owl. Meanwhile, I also encourage you to study as many beasts as you can on your own time.
Over here.
왜?
Do you need something, Poppy?
Thank you again for saying something to those brutes so that I didn't have to. You were an augury at noon in the
너
desert.
몇 학년이야? 근데 왜 반말이야?
certainly
왜?
hope that's a good thing.
It's something my
나
grandma
5학년이면
say.
돼?
It means that something or someone is a welcome surprise. At least that's what we decided it meant.
I couldn't stand there and watch them harm the poor thing.
We're of a similar mind. Actually, in light of that, there's someone I'd like you to meet in the forest.
You've intrigued me. Very well. Lead the way.
I'd hoped I would.
뽀삐와 함께 가세요. 아 여긴 아예 스킬을 잠가놔 버렸네? 에? 아예 잠가 버렸어.
I wouldn't take just anyone there. In fact, you're the first.
Really? Well, thank you. I think.
As I said, we think alike. Pleasant surprise. Quite the weather we're having, don't you think?
Poppy, where are you taking me?
It really is much better if I just show you.
여기 다 갔던 데인데.
Don't worry, we're nearly there. It's just ahead. Stand back.
오, 와, 바로 알려준다고?
Please meet Highwing. Isn't she just magnificent? Go on, introduce yourself to her. But be careful. You must always show hippogriffs the proper courtesy before you approach them.
제대로 된 격식이 뭔데요? 인사하기. 비굴하다 진짜.
I knew it. I don't think I've ever seen a hippogriff take to someone this quickly. You can feed and brush her if you'd like. I come and check on her every once in a while. Bring her pasties, tell her what's going on in the castle. You wouldn't know from looking at her, but she's a dreadful busybody.
사료는 통일이네. 태워줘. 어디가?
So, what did you think of Highwing?
I thought she was brilliant. Can't believe you introduced me to her.
I suspected you two might get along.
Are you the reason students have been seeing hippogriffs flying above the Forbidden Forest?
Perhaps. Did you know that once you earn a hippogriff's trust,
그래?
they'll always
금지된
be there
숲으로
for you?
갑니다.
I've
꼬시러.
seen it firsthand with her.
How exactly did you and Highwing cross paths?
It's a longer story, but I rescued her from poachers a few years back. Got her to safety and, well, she was fine until recently. You may have noticed that poachers are something of a problem in the area, so I worry they could get her again. And I might not be there next time.
Professor Howin mentioned the poachers as well. She seemed to imply that we couldn't rely on the ministry to help.
I don't often agree with Professor Howin.
인력군을 처리해주고
I fear she's right.
내 동료로 삼는
The
거야.
poachers' influence is growing. I see them every day in the village, lingering, talking to people. They're up to something. I'm just not sure what.
That does seem strange. Sounds as if they're planning something.
Exactly. I think I'm going to look into it. Find out what's going on. What they're doing.
I think that's a fine idea. Information is power.
And the more I know, the better I can keep Highwing safe.
You seem undeterred. Will you let me know what you find
바로
out?
연캐는 안 줄 듯.
Very well. I will. I should be going, but we'll speak again soon, I hope.
이제
I hate to see
기자로 2단계 잘하면 날아올 수도 있겠는데?
Trolls have no business in
아 4단계 뚫을까? 아 4단계 뚫을까 말까. 아이씨, 뚫자. 뚫어. 디센더를 쓸 때 타겟 주변에 쾅 하고 데미지를 주는 충격파가 생겨납니다. 이게 잘 안 써. 글래시우스는 괜찮은데? 와, 디핀도도 좋네. 아 이거 다 배울만해 진짜. 주문 스킬은 다 배울만해. 디펄서 잘 안 쓰니까 컴프링고는 쓰지. 새로운 퀘스트가 있습니다. 집의 그림자 속에서 세바스찬을 만나세요. 디크는 포획 자루를 사용해 마법 동물을 구하는 방법을 알려주고 싶어한다. 보름초 됐으려나? 15분 됐으려나? 보름초 15분 됐나?
Deke. Ah, Deke is so happy to see you. Deke noticed this bag in the room the other day. You must need it to help with your schoolwork. Deke has seen one of these before. Deke calls it a knapsack.
저거 걔가 들고 다니는 거 아니야? 그린델왈드 무슨 동물 뭐 거기서 주인공이 저런 가방 들고 다니던데.
Perfect for gathering and transporting beasts. Pleasant little breed.
I have been thinking about something Professor Howin said in Beasts class, that I should study as many beasts as I can on my own time. She also mentioned that poachers have been active in the area. So
신비한
perhaps the
동물
beasts
사전?
will be safer with us.
거기서 저런 가방 들고 다니지 않아?
Precisely what Deke was thinking. You see, the room knew exactly what you needed, and luckily, Deke can show you how to best use the knapsack and where. Come along then.
아니 나 이거 보름초 캐야 돼. 아씨.
Our first stop will be beyond the castle grounds. We can leave now, or you can come and find Deke when you're ready to go.
1분. 잠깐만. 디크 잠깐만 있어봐. 1분. 마법 배워야 돼. 아, 20초밖에 안 갔다고? 시간 더럽게 안 가네.
Expelliarmus. Levioso. Accio. Glacius. Defendo. Confringo. Defendo. Glacius. Descendo.
아, 나 네 칸 배웠지? 잠깐만. (10초) 아, 됐다. 세 가지 전투 식물을 모두 획득한 후 동시에 사용하세요. 베네무스 뗀딱. 이거 어디서 만들지? 아, 이거 사야 되나? 아, 참 귀찮네. 포획 자루를 어떻게 쓰는지 배울 준비가 됐어.
I'm ready to learn how to use the knapsack.
Perfect. Deke loves an outing.
스팀파는 진동이 없다고? 없을 리가 없을 텐데. 요새 이런 게임이 진동 안 되면은 욕 먹지.
A nasty poacher. Deke hated working for him. He did horrible things to beautiful beasts. Oh, it was during those days that Deke first saw a knapsack. It'll be nice to see one used for good.
퍼프 스캔. 이거 하라고?
We have arrived. Deke enjoys coming here to watch the beasts, especially the puffle of puffskeins nearby.
아, 진짜 누더기 저거
It'll be nice to keep
옷
them
하나 사주고
safe.
싶다 진짜.
All you will need to do is get close, direct the open knapsack toward the puffskein, and in it'll go.
All right.
포획자를 할당하세요? 아이고. 앞놈으로.
Incendio.
아, 아니, 좀 미안하다. 오이씨.
You got one.
I managed to rescue a puffskein.
You can rescue as many as the knapsack will hold. Poachers capture puffskeins and, well, Deke isn't sure what they do with them. Deke is certain they will be safer with you. Now, not all beasts will be as simple to rescue as a puffskein. Deke suggests you next find a beast that
날
can
수 있는
fly.
동물?
A jobberknoll, perhaps.
All right.
나번호?
Where would I find one?
Deke knows of some to the west, nesting in a large tree overlooking Hogwarts. But we must be careful. Deke has seen poachers in the area recently. Deke will meet you there whenever you're ready.
아, 진짜 정말 편하게 가네 쟤는. 여기 왜 이렇게 많아 이거? 6개나 주네.
Hello, Deke. Shall we continue?
Oh, good. Deke was worried about you, what with all the poachers in the area. Perhaps we should work quickly. The jobberknolls are just here, in this large tree.
밀렵꾼
If
잡고
it's
가자.
helpful, Deke has seen Levioso used to slow flying beasts. Easier to get in close and use the knapsack.
레비오소 쓰라고?
Then I shall go and rescue a jobberknoll.
Good luck. Deke will be waiting.
색깔이 다르네? 뭐야? 에?
Everything's all right now.
된 거야?
Revelio.
저 색깔 이쁜데 저거.
Accio.
미안. 이 색깔 저거 이쁜데.
Settle yourself. I mean you no harm.
동물 구출할 때마다 30 경험치 준다고? 사람 잡는 거보다 낫네.
I rescued a jobberknoll.
Deke hopes your jobberknoll finds the knapsack nice and cozy. Poachers want them for their feathers, and are not kind when they gather them.
Are there any other beasts nearby?
Just one that Deke knows of, a herd of moon calves. They live in a clearing of trees up this footpath. Deke will see you there.
근데 그 동물들 재료는 그럼 어떻게 구하는 거지? 죽이지 않고.
You can't
Revelio.
imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented flu powder.
Hello, Deke. Is this the clearing you mentioned?
It is. Moon calves gather near the large tree with the spiral pattern in front, but only under the light of the moon.
달빛.
So, unfortunately, unless you have a way to hasten time, you might sometimes have to wait until nightfall to see them.
I shall go and find a moon calf then.
Deke will be waiting for your return.
밤에 나온대. 얘네들이요?
Arresto momentum.
Professor Howell will never believe this.
니네 죽이려는 게 아니야. 도망가고 그래.
It was a bit trickier than the others, but I have a moon calf now.
Another beast, safe and sound. Shame we didn't see the moon calves dancing. It's a marvelous sight. Deke supposes you're finished here. You'll be able to rescue many more beasts, but for now, let's bring the ones you've gathered back to the room.
All right.
Deke will meet you back in the room whenever
방에다
you're
다
ready.
풀어놓나 보다. 방에다가 싹 다 풀어놓나 본데.
there you are. Now, we need to show the beast you rescued their new home.
나중에 막 몇백 마리 그냥 집에다 채워놓으면 렉 걸리는 거 아니야?
Imagine all those beasts running amok. That wouldn't do at all.
보통 그렇게는 안 잡아놓겠지. 엄청 많이 잡아가지고 싹 다 풀어놓으면.
What exactly did you think of?
와, 헐.
Heavens! You've done it! What is it?
동물원이
He
생겨버리네.
isn't sure. Only one way to find out.
들어가면 엄청 큰 동물원, 신비한 동물 사전도 이렇잖아. 들어가면 막 집 있고. 우와, 미친. 이렇게 넓다고?
Look at this. It's amazing. Where are we, Deke? It seems to be a place for your beasts to live, a vivarium of some sort. Oh, your beasts will be quite comfortable here. They'll live healthy, safe lives. Perhaps you want to release them. Let them see their new home.
귀엽게 생겼네.
Deke thinks the vivarium will be a fitting new home for your beasts.
Indeed. I only hope we'll have enough space for all of them.
Deke hopes so too. But if you do run out of room, Madam Peck at
여기가 부족하다고?
Hogsmeade will help to find safe
이게 왜
homes for
부족해?
them.
Any beasts that the room can't hold?
Yes, she's well known for helping to care for beasts in need, and she'll give you a fair price for them. Speaking of care, beasts that are well fed and groomed will provide you with valuable magical materials, such as puffskein hair.
강제로 뜯으면 안 되고 밥을 줘야 주네.
Some magical materials from your beasts.
나랑 어떻게 구하나
Deke can show
했는데.
you how to use them.
Very well. I shall let you know when I have some.
털 준 건가? 아니 가죽을 준다고? 뭐야 뭐 탈피를 해서 줘? 아 아니야 미안 미안하다. 아니 미안해. 자꾸 스킬이 나가냐.
디크 눈 손가락으로 콕 찔러보고 싶네. 나만 고래.
야 쿨타임도 있어? 와. 쿨타임도 있네. 풀어 이거. 아 근데 이거 칸이 정해져 있다. 칸이 정해져 있어. 그래서 더 큰 동물원 구하라는 거구나.
I've collected some magical materials, Deke.
Now, Deke can show you how to use them. First, you'll need to use this spellcraft to conjure an enchanted loom.
이제 그 슬롯에다가 그 마법 속성 같은 거 부여할 수 있어요. 마법.
To weave magic into the very threads of your clothing, making your clothing more useful in a variety of ways.
이게 동물 키우는 걸 안 할 수가 없겠는데. 근데 마부 막 2개 3개씩 쳐박으려면 동물 키워야 돼. 씨. 마법 배틀 구현하기. 어디가 앞이야? 이게 앞이지. 의상 아이템에 속성을 추가하기. 의상 아이템을 업그레이드하기. 장비들은 기본적인 공격 방어 수치가 초기 세팅되어 있습니다. 마법 재료를 배틀에 사용해 추가적으로 수치를 업그레이드하거나 장비의 속성을 적용시킬 수 있습니다. 여러 번 업그레이드한다면 전투력을 상당히 향상시킬 수 있습니다. 새로운 마법 동물들은 마법 동물 서식지에서 구조할 수 있으며 퀘스트를 진행하면서 잠금 해제할 수도 있습니다. 새로운 속성 제조법은 도적 캠프에서 아까 내가 도적 캠프 턴데 거기서 나 옷 갈아입어야 되는데? 잠깐만 이게 너무 안 좋아가지고 옷 좀 갈아입고. (46) (41) (44) (44) (31) (39) (42) (42) 42 스카프는 하나, 망토가 47, 44, 30, 41, 33, 39 38 31, 35, 37, 34, 41? 전설이 날 것 같아. 업그레이드 무기. 다음 업그레이드 하려면 업그레이드 3번 할 수 있네요. 속성 추가하기. 속성 추가하기인데? 속성 거기. 이 속성은 이 아이템에 비해 너무 강력합니다? 그 뭐 어디다 박으란 얘기야? 너무 강력하다고? (3단계라서) 이걸 어떻게 내가 언락했는지도 모르겠네. 근데 20렙으로 다 갈아 껴야 되는데 괜히 업그레이드 했나?
That came out nicely. I should show Deke.
잠깐만.
I used the enchanted loom, Deke.
Wonderful.
Would I be able to weave even more powerful magic into my clothing with the loom?
You will, by rescuing even more powerful beasts. For now, however, Deke suggests you explore the vivarium and get to know the beasts you've already rescued.
진짜 할 거 많이 넣어놨네.
Thank you for your help, Deke.
그냥 하루 정도는 돌아다니면서 맵만 돌아다녀도 시간 그냥 다 가겠네. 울타리? 그냥 훌떡 가겠어 하루. 세바스찬 만나기. 잠깐만. 아 플립밴더 배워야 되는데. 아 15분 있다가 배울 수 있지. 2쾌 하고 플립밴더 배웁시다. 플립밴더만 배우면 이제 하나만 배우면 끝나. 뭐야 이렇게 멀어. 어디서 가야 돼 이거. 아니 찍어놓은 데가 없네. 아, 여기가 그나마 제일 가깝네. 그러면 가는 길에 산도 넘어갈 수 있나? 개멀다 진짜.
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
부럽다. 도적 캠프 아니야?
Must have been quite stately.
여기에 그런 거 있다고 하던데. 어? 뭐야? 이거 탄채로 털어갈 수 있네.
Keep on your toes. Stay on.
어? 탄채로 털어갈 수 있어.
They don't seem to care for me in Hogsmeade. Can't say I blame them, what with all I've done there.
새끼들.
Well, if you weren't so forgetful, we'd probably have more.
Rookwood don't go down easy.
아, 나 진짜.
Potato. Had enough. How embarrassing! Accio. Potato. You just wait till I Incendia.
You're just getting on my nerves.
Release Incendia.
우와.
I've had enough of this.
잠깐만.
Accio. Incendia. You're going to regret that. Leviosa. That's just Incendia.
와 얘네 왜 이래?
You're no match for me. I hate heights. Expulso. That's the. I can't. Incendio. You made a great mistake. You're going to regret.
깜짝이야 이씨.
Wait till Sebastian hears about this. An ashwinder.
아 이거 또 있네.
Abandoned long ago, no doubt.
젠장. 벌써 꽉 찼다고?
Revelio.
어쩔 수 없다. 지금 못 먹으니까 너 얘는 안 되나 봐. 사슴은 안 되네. 마법 동물만 가능한가 봐. 일단 웨이포인트 찍고 상점 가서 팔고 와야 돼. 방법이 없어. 결계가 있네. 하루는 날 잡고 입밴 늘리기 퀘스트만 해야겠다 이거. 여기도 상점 있을 텐데.
Wonder who lives here.
상점 있다.
An intruder!
Hello, nice to meet you.
Welcome. I'm Bernard Indiai, and this is my shop.
물건이요.
What do you have for sale?
What are we in the market for today?
와 이거 그냥 살려면 150원씩 줘야 돼. 개 비싸네.
A pleasure doing business with you.
창고? 창고는 아직 없는 것 같은데?
Have I mentioned you're welcome to stop by any time?
세바스찬.
Revelio.
What are you up to now?
오 1레벨.
Aloha Mora. Revelio.
나 왜 불렀어?
You made it.
Enjoying the view?
Keeping an eye on things. Feldcroft isn't what it used to be. No one has felt safe here since Ranrock's loyalists took a peculiar interest in that castle over there. Rookwood Castle. My uncle Solomon is a former Auror and refuses to look into it, even after Anne was cursed by one of them. Possibly with a wand, no less.
I heard a goblin refer to wizard kind as wand carriers. Are goblins forbidden from carrying wands?
Precisely. That's why I'm on the hunt for answers. If I'm to cure her, I need to understand what happened to her.
Anne was always the most mischievous of the three of us, which is saying something, knowing me and Ominous. I'm hoping a surprise visit from me and a new friend from Hogwarts will help lift her spirits.
세바스찬은 도와줘야 돼.
Bring back the Anne I used to know. Come on.
나 실드
I'll take
쳐줬어.
you to my uncle's. This way.
빨리.
Feldcroft used to be a lot livelier. With Ranrock's lot wandering about all the time, everyone stays out of sight. Here we are. My sister should be just
아
inside.
여기 삼촌 집이야? 얘네 명문가는 아닌가 보네. 중산층인가 본데?
Aha! Sebastian, where did you... Is that what I think it is?
We've been over this, boy.
Hey.
Shrivelfix cannot reverse a curse. Nothing can. The sooner you accept that reality, the better.
But we haven't tried everything.
There is no cure! When will you accept that?
Never. I can never accept it.
Now look what you've done.
I'm sorry.
아, 도와주려고 그런 건데. 아씨. 야 구해다 줘야겠네. 인사도 안 시켜주고.
I'm sorry you had to see that. If you don't mind, I just need a moment alone.
Poor Sebastian. Not the visit he'd hoped for.
I'm sorry about her.
Revelio.
Those bouts of pain are difficult to bear.
아이고. 사촌을 그래도 끔찍하게 생각하네.
Are you all right, Anne? I didn't mean to intrude.
You didn't, truly. And I'm all right. The pain from this curse comes in bouts, and often suddenly. It's not anyone's fault. It's nice to meet you, by the way. You must be the new 5th year Sebastian told me about.
I am.
오빠가 말하는 5학년 신입생이면 너한테도 오빠지.
Oh, the common room.
도대체 족보를 어떻게 계산하는겨?
Teasing first years about spotting mermaids through the window. I do miss Hogwarts, but I wouldn't mind being in Feldcroft really if it wasn't so dreary now. Between the goblins at the castle and my uncle fighting with Sebastian whenever he's home, it's not the cozy retreat it once was.
Sebastian mentioned something about your uncle being an ex-Aura, but refusing to go after Ranrock's loyalists. I must say, I wasn't prepared for him to be as angry.
나한테도 오빠라고 해.
Uncle Solomon is frustrated by what
너라고
happened
하지
to me,
말고.
and by Sebastian for thinking he
나도
can
오빠
fix
소리
it.
듣고 싶다고.
They both mean well, I know they do, but my uncle is right. This curse cannot be undone. I can feel it. Sebastian cannot take away my pain.
자꾸 너래잖아.
Perhaps you can help him to understand that.
I'll do my best. I can promise to speak with him about it.
Thank you. His search for a cure is futile, I'm afraid. I'm getting tired. I should probably rest. Thank you for stopping by. I wish you well.
솔로몬 삼촌 어디 계시지?
That boy will fray my last nerve.
Excuse me, Mr. Sallow.
Oh, yes, Sebastian's friend. I apologize on behalf of my nephew. He doesn't know when to stop. I was about to check on Anne. Did I see you come from the house? How is she?
She's all right. She said she was going to rest.
Nothing can be done for her.
분명 뭔가 있을 거예요.
It could be that you've not yet discovered the cure.
Ah, you sound like Sebastian, thinking you know better than the healers at St. Mungo's.
Perhaps the healers don't know everything, sir. Sebastian is single-mindedly focused on finding a way to help his sister. If there is a cure, he will find it.
Your faith in
삼촌이
Sebastian
좀
is
꽉
misplaced.
막혔는데.
Some sort of dark magic cursed Anne, and the goblins aren't likely to explain themselves anytime soon. Giving her hope is cruel. The only thing to do now is keep Anne comfortable and stay out of the Loyalists' way.
끝까지.
With all due respect, sir, hope could keep Anne's spirits up.
You may mean well, but I know what's best for Anne and Sebastian. They are my stubborn brother's children. Especially Sebastian. If you really want to be of help, you'll make sure Sebastian does what he should do, not what he wants to do. He's no idea the harm he could do if he doesn't stop. I hope you'll remember what I've said.
말이 안
Good
통하네요.
day.
I ought to see how Sebastian's faring.
Why will he not listen to me? She's my sister.
How are you doing, Sebastian?
You got a first-hand glance of what I'm dealing with. I apologize for my uncle.
너무 화내긴 하시더라.
I'll admit, I wasn't expecting him to be so angry.
He's always angry. He's been angry since my parents died. After Anne was hurt, he only grew worse. It's as though he blames me somehow, always calling me my father's son, as if that's an insult. I'm the one trying to help her. He's simply given up.
Both Anne and your uncle seem genuinely convinced that nothing more can be done for her.
I refuse to believe that. Anne's pain is more than physical. It has changed her entirely.
방법이 있으니까 이 퀘스트가 있는 거 아닐까?
And I'm going to get her back. Come with me. I need to show you where it happened.
뭔가 방법이 있겠지.
Ranrock's loyalists are capable of so much more than people realize. They should not be underestimated.
야야야야 알았다. 또 통제당하네.
All the debris you'll see is from whatever's going on at that abandoned estate. They've been digging for something.
먹고 갈 거야.
Up there, on that plateau, is where they cursed Anne. This way.
Expelliarmus! How much longer are we expected to dig through this rubble? Ranrock knows what he's doing. It's an honor to be a part of it. Only good
Expelliarmus!
Rather unwise coming back this way.
Accio!
I will make you pay.
Fringo!
와.
You've made your last mistake. I'll cut you from shoes to
너
shadow.
방금 나한테 죽은 애 아니야?
Get away! Let's get it all nice and I won't let such arrogance. Just you wait till I'm on. Someone's taking a
아 뭐야? 아 이놈 새끼.
I confess, that was a bit more than I'd bargained for. I tried to warn you.
이거 고쳐야 되나?
Repairer.
아무 일 없었습니다.
Revelio.
뭐야 먹을 것도 없어. 오하니.
Those loyalists deserved what they got.
Couldn't agree more. This is where it happened. We smelled smoke in the middle of the night. When we looked outside, flames were shooting from the estate. Before my uncle and I could stop her, Anne rushed out, racing towards the fire, worried someone had been hurt. She came face to face with a horde of goblins, frantically trying to stamp out the flames. Suddenly, an icy voice drifted out from somewhere in the smoke. Children should be seen and not heard. A blinding blast followed. They didn't even give her a chance to run.
뭔가를 숨기려던 게 분명해.
It seems an awfully violent response to a child wandering
굳이
by.
한 명을 이지매하려고?
What were they trying to hide?
My thoughts exactly. It may be grasping at billywhigs, but I keep thinking that there might be something here that could lead me to whoever cursed Anne. Might be the only way to learn what type of magic harmed her, which could help me find a cure.
Perhaps you're right. The loyalists are everywhere, but they do seem to be spending a lot of time here, and it's likely they're hiding something.
And at Rookwood Castle. Shall we have a look around? They seem to have set up camp here for a specific reason.
사유지를 조사하여 증거를 찾으시오.
Revelio.
I've heard that goblin dig sites like these are popping up everywhere.
It's a wonder the ministry isn't doing more. Always armed and ready for a fight, Ranrock's loyalists.
아니 고블린이 쓰기에 너무 큰데 이거? 나도 못 들겠구만.
Revelio.
돈 좀 팍팍 주지. 아우.
Whose home was this?
Been abandoned long since I've lived here. Rumor was a Hogwarts professor lived here once, centuries ago. But that's all I ever heard. It might be worth taking a closer look at the house itself.
Revelio. This well looks familiar. Sebastian, I've seen this before. This house, the well, the view.
여기
When?
그 기억에서 봤던 그 마을 아니야? 그 여자애가 그 시벌경하고 그 막 네 명이서 여기 막 복구해주고 거기 같은데? 호그와트 교수 네 명이서 막
Revelio. Sebastian, over here. Do you think that this was damaged by the fire the night that Anne was cursed?
Could be. But it looks to me as though this was intentional.
Sebastian, this house did belong to a Hogwarts professor hundreds of years ago.
Who? What do you...
I found a pensive that day in the restricted section with a memory that showed this house. There was a little girl and a drought. The keepers have shown me other memories as well. The girl became a Hogwarts
그래 맞아
professor.
모르가나 씨.
Her name
이사도라
was
모르가나.
Isadora Morganach. She was one
교수
of the
됐지.
keepers.
The keepers? Like in Quidditch? And you found a pensive in the library? I'm not following you.
I realize it's a lot to take in. I'm not even sure I understand it all yet.
그때 교수가 뭐 못 고치게 했지 병을.
Quidditch. They call
마법 쓰지
themselves
말라고.
keepers because they're protecting some type of knowledge. It has to do with the vault at Gringotts.
Let me see if I've got this straight. You have Ranrock and Rookwood after you because of something you found at Gringotts where you ended up via a port key. You can see traces of an ancient magic that you think Ranrock is trying to harness. And now you've been witnessing memories left by keepers. Oh, and this house belonged to a Hogwarts professor who was one of these non-Quidditch keepers hundreds of years ago.
이 녀석 안
If I
믿네
didn't know
이거.
you, I think you were pulling my leg.
It is all a bit much, isn't it, when you put it like that? The point is, we both have good reason to search this house. You for answers about what happened to Anne, and me for answers about the keepers.
Look at this.
Revelio. Someone piled this here for a reason. Is it blocking something?
Only one way to find out. Huh, a stairwell.
Revelio.
리벨리오.
Lumos.
뭐야?
Incendio. Lumos.
Why bother blocking a stairwell?
There might be something here worth a closer look.
They've left all of this simply strewn about.
Lumos.
Tells me they're after something bigger.
난 배움을 찾아 이곳에 왔지만 이젠 도움이 필요하다. 내면의 갈등이 나를 집어삼키고 있다.
Seems these journal entries are from Isadora's travels.
Accio. Guardian Leviosa. Expelliarmus.
Lumos, you're not going to believe this. I can see the Undercroft.
What? A daydream?
Revelio.
Because that happens to me too.
헐. 맞아. 교수가 치유하지 말라 그랬어.
A journal entry of Isadora's. I should hold. I know it sounds strange, but
Honestly, nothing you say sounds strange to me anymore.
fair enough. I can see the Undercroft through this stone wall, as though it's a window. This has happened before.
I'm listening.
I think it's to do with my ability to see traces of ancient magic.
But you said you didn't really understand it, and that you couldn't wield it.
That's true, and I'm still not sure what it all means. What I do know is that my ability allows me to travel through these windows I see.
Wait. We can get straight to the Undercroft from here. Ominous will be flawed.
We can. But perhaps best not to tell anyone else about
어우,
this for
비밀이
now.
너무 많아.
Even Ominous.
Understood.
이제 누구하고
Well
어떤
then,
비밀을 지켜야 하는지도
invisible
기억이 안 나.
secret ancient magic
비밀이 너무
passageway.
많았어.
Here we come. I'm tempted to hold my
누구하고 비밀이
breath.
제일 많지?
Why would the door lead us here?
Sebastian.
그 지하실 거기로 다시 왔네. 왔다.
Why hide a triptych here?
Seems as if
Revelio.
something's missing.
A note. Let's have a look.
뭐지 이게? 아 이거 그거다. 이게 째깍째깍째깍 가면서 이거 보통 2개 3개 저건데.
Anything helpful in the note?
퍼즐 풀 때.
A rune symbol. I've seen similar symbols used by the keepers.
I've been thinking. A keeper lived in that house centuries ago, and Ranrock and his lot have been searching there. You said that goblins may be wielding some form of this ancient magic. Do you think Anne was cursed by ancient magic?
I can't be sure, of course, but I don't think so. I didn't see any traces of it around your sister.
Very well. But that doesn't mean it's not ancient magic. There's still so much we don't know about it.
True. Perhaps this triptych will lead us to answers.
Then we'll have to unravel what this all means. But now I need to see Ominous. Don't worry, I won't tell him anything. Did I mention that, apparently, Salazar Slytherin had a secret scriptorium here, in Hogwarts?
You did not? Is it connected to our common room?
No idea. Ominous just learned of it. I'll let you know what I find out. I had no idea our visit to see Anne would unfold into all of this.
비밀 따윈 없어.
My head's an utter
다 알려줘.
mess. But I'm glad you told me everything you did. I'll be in touch. Till then.
드디어 폴리밴도를 배우는구만. 아우 지겨웠다 이거.
Dick thinks you should be proud of all the potions you've brewed.
이제 한꺼번에 쓰면 되지. 동시에 사용하세요. 아까워 죽겠네. 이거 하나에 1,000원짜리인데 이게. 마늘 교수님한테 갑시다. 회수 안 되더라고. 개 비싸 저거. 잘 쓰지도 않아.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented flu powder.
이거 무슨 쾌야? 갑자기 뭐가 생겼어. 잠깐만. 천문학 수업. 윙가르디움 레비오사가 필요하네 이거. 여기 아닌 것 같아. 아이씨, 잘못 올라와가지고 한참 가네. 개머네? 갈릭 교수?
Hello there. Perhaps you can help me.
어떻게 길을 잘못 온 거야? 여기로 가라고 하던데?
Revelio.
어디지? 근처인데. 아, 아예 메인캐 쪽으로 내가 갔었나 보네. 아, 그냥 뛰어갈 걸. 교수님, 저 왔죠요.
Perhaps a hybrid.
I've finished the activities you assigned me, Professor Garlick.
Wonderful. I hope you gained a greater appreciation for the flora in our lives.
현재까지 호그와트 레거시 최고 미녀.
I'm enraptured by it. Just yesterday, I spent hours pruning my self-fertilizing shrubs and
더 이쁜 분을 못
bushes.
봤다 아직까지.
Didn't realize how long I'd been at it until the sun began to set. Well, if there's one thing I love to see more than my plants thriving, it's one of my students doing the same. Now, ready to learn flipendo? Chin up, keep a light grip, and it's all in the wrist. Let's see you give it a go. You will want to focus with this spell. Nothing as mortifying as knocking back a colleague when all you wanted to do was move a few parts.
보라였구나 플립핸더가.
Wonderfully done.
Flipendo.
Look at that. You're a natural.
Descendo. Arresto momentum. Flipendo. Expelliarmus. Accio. Levioso. Incendio.
Now, where was I? Oh, yes. The greenhouse won't keep itself in order without a nudge from me.
다 배웠어. 이제 뭐 남았어? 아, 2개 남았네. 변신. 변신하고 몬바르다만 배우면 어둠 빼곤 다 배웠어. 혈통의 그림자 속에서 세바스찬과 오미니스가 다투고 있다. 왜 다투지? 천문학 수업. 이게 진짜 맵보기가 좀 그래. 이거 이상해. 친구분이 되게 이상하게 돼 있어. 빠른 이동이. 차라리 그냥 좀 더 넓게 해갖고 일직선으로 펴주지.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide. I'm most pleased to be included.
And your reading is the dragon. That's exciting, I suppose. Perhaps you're due for an adventure.
진짜 어둠의 자식 같다. 이제 옷 저거 딴 걸로 갈아입어야지.
Ladies,
Professor Shah.
astronomy is not divination. You won't find the mysteries of the cosmos charted out on your palms or at the bottom of your teacups. Alas, the heavens remain hazy to the starry-eyed. Now, if you were to devote yourselves to persistent and painstaking observation, you just might catch a glimpse. With that in mind, please take your telescopes. Tonight we will be on the observation deck.
춥나봐.
Still don't have your own? You can't be the new student forever, you know. You can share with Mr. Takar.
Here, I can adjust that for you.
No, bring it into focus on your own.
진짜 안 배우는 게 없어. 헐. 밀키웨이?
Now, I expect all of you to put in your stargazing hours outside of class. Is that clear?
But, Professor, it's freezing out.
mere cold didn't stop the great stargazers of the past. Look only to the astronomy tables they erected throughout the highlands from which they gazed millennia ago on the very self-same stars above us. Is that clear?
추워요.
Dismissed.
정열이 있어야지. 열정.
Hello. I don't believe we've met officially. I'm Amit. I'm something of an astronomy buff.
Hello, Amit. It's nice to meet you.
Did I hear Professor Shaw say that you don't have your own telescope? I have a spare one you could borrow for the rest of term.
그래, 고마워.
That's very kind of you,
공짜는 환영이지.
Are you sure you won't need it?
I'm certain. It's my old one. I finally got my hands on the new Celestia Contemplar. You've heard of it, I assume? I mean, of course you have. It's only the pinnacle of all personal stargazing
아, 지금
implements.
지 망원경 새거 샀다고 잘난 척하는 거야?
Goblin cut glass, first-rate optical enchantments. Hate to think such a fine instrument is just collecting dust.
Well, thank you, Amit.
Think nothing of it. Anyway, the telescope's in the storage room right underneath us. You can't miss it. I have some, reading to finish on the lower deck. Come find me there afterwards, and bring the telescope. There's something I want to talk to you about.
창고.
Tried to put off my stargazing as long as I could.
창고에 위인데? 띵띵. 다시 철밥통이나 입어야겠다. 이 옷도 지겹다. 근데 옷이 진짜 입을 만한 게 없어. 뭐 입으려고 해도 이쁜 게 없어. 다 거지 같아 진짜. 이게 뭐야, 잠옷이야? 어? 이 뭐야 이게? 이쁜 옷이 하나도 없어.
This was his old telescope. Looks practically brand new.
A pristine night.
아밋.
The perfect night for... Oh, hello again.
I have the telescope. It's nicer than I'd expected.
I would not offer a prospective stargazer a third-rate lunoscope. But there is, something else.
Yes, what is it?
You remember those astronomy tables Shaw was going on about? It just so happens I've been reading up on them a little myself. And it seems there may be one right here at Hogwarts. I believe we could use it to find hidden constellations.
그 망원경에 대가가 있겠지.
I had a feeling there would be a catch to that telescope.
No. I certainly wasn't trying to bribe you or anything. But
싫은데.
are you in? No one from the Gobstones Club will go with me. Said they'd rather get spit at by a stone than... Well, they are cowards. Let us get moving while the stars are still out. I'll show you how to use that telescope once we get there. I promise.
아무래도 같이 해야 될 것 같네.
All right, I suppose I can go with you. I hope it's worth it.
It will be. Trust me, I have read practically everything there is to read about this. It should be brilliant. Shall we? The table is on a castle wall ahead.
Lumos.
Look for a stone platform, something that doesn't quite belong. We'll know it when we see it. Onwards we go. Some say the locations of the tables were originally marked by centaurs for ritual stargazing.
Wingardium Leviosa. Lumos.
It is nice having a fellow stargazer to explore with.
Happy to be here. It is good to leave the
이게
glass
진짜
around
외롭나
there.
보다. 아무도 안 놀아주나?
It's not that creepy out here at night, is it? The Gobstones
그냥
Club are
혼자 다른
cowards.
애들 다 왕따 시키는
Here
것
I am,
같은데.
charging ahead. Why don't you lead the way?
If you're sure. Revelio.
A little foreboding.
A few cobwebs and nothing to be concerned about.
Oh, of course. It's just not as tidy as I expected.
Wingardium Leviosa.
뭐야?
Accio. Incendio.
More cobwebs. You don't think any spiders might... Look! There's the table.
아 이거
Close to school, I mean.
야외에서 이거 뭐에 사용하나 했더니
The constellation should appear near the center of your view.
이거 맞추는 거야?
If you've lined up the telescope, we will be able to fill out our star chart.
이거 아니야?
I was right about the tables. They really are gateways to the far stars, just as the book said. And your contribution was invaluable. Rest assured, you shall be credited in my memoirs one
이제
day.
별자리까지 찾아야 됩니까? 그러시겠지.
Whatever you say, Amit. Whatever you say.
Oh, you wait. You are going to be quoted saying just that. This is only the beginning. You will find more tables like this one throughout the grounds and forest, all beckoning to be discovered by a worthy astronomer. And if I have ever seen one, it's you. Oh, and about my old telescope, don't bother returning
넌
it.
비싼 거 있다며.
That's quite generous. Thank you.
You are welcome. It has goblin-cut glass and a gobbledygook inscription. I'm practically fluent in gobbledygook, you know. It's all in the throat, really, gobbledygook, you know, and how you pronounce your R's. Anyway, glad our adventure was a success. I will see you soon.
천문학 수업 이게 처음이 아닐 것 같아. 느낌이. 챌린지가 해금됐습니다. 젠장. 천문표 찾기 5개. 저게 5개가 끝이 아닙니다. 절대로. 5개 하면 또 15개 생기고. 수호자 양상불. 오 빗자루. 잽싼 빗자루. 이게 뭐야? 이게 코트야? 이게 옷이야? 옷이 왜 저래? 혈통의 그림자 높은 아성. 세바스찬하고 왜 싸우는 건데? 혹시 나 그거 언더 거기 데리고 갔다고 그 싸우는 건가? 비밀인데 비밀 안 지켰다고.
Revelio.
my young friend.
연회장이 아니고 뭔 소리야?
Revelio.
무슨 소리지? 어디서 나는 소리지? 바로 앞인데? 아 여기 있구나. 영화에서도 이렇게 나오잖아.
Anything to do with the dark art should be avoided. It's too risky.
니네 왜
Anything
싸워?
to do with Salazar Slytherin is worth the risk.
Lumos. I can't agree. And I'll not say a word more. I'm sorry.
I won't give up.
What were you and Ominous speaking about?
He's being ridiculous. Apparently Salazar Slytherin had a secret scriptorium here in Hogwarts. Ominous swears it was used for the dark arts, so he wants nothing to do with it.
정상적이면은 안 엮이려고 하지.
This scriptorium could hold the answers we need.
어둠의 마법에 대해서 궁금해지네.
The dark arts do pique my interest.
There's more to dark magic than people realize. The Gaunts know this better than most. Perhaps I've spoken out of turn. Ominous's family history is personal to him.
나한테는 말했대.
I'd like to know more about it.
우리
If you
비밀
wouldn't mind
없잖아.
telling me. I won't repeat it.
Very well. But do keep this between us.
진짜 이
Ominous
개싸
learned
진짜.
dark magic from his parents. Are you familiar with the Cruciatus curse?
아니 들어본 적 없는데.
What does the Cruciatus curse do?
It's known as the torture curse, Crucio. It inflicts intense, excruciating pain on the victim. Apparently, his parents and older siblings had no qualms about casting it on muggles for
불쌍한
sport.
머글들.
Ominous described the sound of the victim's cries as horrific, so the first time he was asked to cast it himself as a child, he couldn't bring himself to do it. As punishment, his family cast it on him. The anguish was so bad that when asked to cast it again, he relented. I have repeatedly assured Ominous that he did what he had to, but he still hasn't forgiven himself.
그러면 안 됐던 게 맞지. 아니야. 선택의 여지가 없었던 것 같아.
How horrible. Poor Ominous. He was only a child. He shouldn't blame himself.
After that incident, the rift between Ominous and his family only grew. That is until I came along.
나름 사연이
Every moment
있었네.
he isn't at Hogwarts, he's with us in Feldcroft. Ominous trusts me. And more often than not, he winds up listening to me. I'll remind him of that when I follow up about the scriptorium. Watch for my owl. I'll have news soon enough. I'll make Ominous understand.
얘 쾌를 파야지 어둠 마법을 배우나 봐. 세바스찬 쾌를 계속 파야 어둠 마법 주는 것 같아.
Off on another adventure.
높은 아성. 참된 친구? 아 시로나는 아니지. 여긴 어디죠? 흑스미드에서 가면 될 것 같은데.
Hogsmeade, here I come.
팔 거 있나? 인벤 항상 확인해야 됩니다. 인벤이 조금 좁아가지고 인벤이 여유가 많이 있진 않은데. 이 정도면 되겠다.
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
레벨 3이라니. 아 그거 언제 다 찼지? 언제 다 찾는다.
Revelio.
스키보드 막. 타고 있는 상태에서 들어갈 수 없습니다.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide.
팔바튼 성.
Psst, over here, quietly. I'm glad that you received my owl. We need to stay low and remain quiet.
Natty, what's going on? Why are we all the way out here?
As promised, I did some investigating to find out what Harlow is up to. I followed him to the Hog's Head. I noticed him reading a letter. All I could see was that it was signed by and bore the seal of Victor
큰
Hogwarts.
분기 루트가 이 여자의 루트 쪽 큰 분기 하나하고
I decided that you were the perfect
아까
person to
세바스찬
join
쪽
me in
하나하고
taking them down.
그리고 교수님 쪽 하나 이렇게 세
That
개가
letter
축
is the
메인
tangible
축이에요.
proof that Officer Singer needs. It is why I followed Harlow here and why I wrote to you. I need your help to retrieve it.
알았어.
I'll help you find the letter, Natty.
I'm glad to hear it. First, we must access the castle keep. I'll check the main gate, see if you can find another way in. I do not see any guards, but we should still try to be as quiet as possible. Harlow is here after all.
흉벽을 오르세요.
How
흉벽?
nice to see you, my young friend.
Lumos. Revelio.
흉벽을 오르라고.
I wonder what that does.
뭐지 이거?
Flipendo. Well, that didn't work. Perhaps something with a bit more force. That did it.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
나와.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
아이씨.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
아 왠지 인빈 모질랄 것 같은데?
Accio.
느낌 좀 세한데? 이걸로 안 된다고요?
Levioso.
Lumos. I need to find a way into the gatehouse to open the gate for Natty. Revelio.
저거 해골 표시 왜 있지? 하네.
Accio.
이씨. 이거 어떻게? 여기서 안 써질 텐데. 된다.
That looks as if it might raise the gate.
문을 밀어서 열어. 날려버리지 말고. 예.
Revelio. Accio. Caborso.
아이고. 아이씨.
Depulso. Arresto momentum. Depulso.
No. 엄청 빡빡하네.
Depulso. Arresto momentum. Accio.
Well done. I will be right up. I knew you could do it. This way. I will get the door.
뭐야? 너도 알로 호모라 할 수 있어? 어이씨, 나만 되는 줄.
That is the main keep. My guess is that we'll find Hallow and the letter inside.
Lumos.
We'll need to be careful once we get...
I hear them.
Yeah, we're straight in the face.
아, 내 히포크리프 괴롭히지 마. 나쁜 새끼들. 저 밀렵꾼들.
Do you know that hippogriff? Very well. New plan. I get the evidence and you free that hippogriff. Agreed? This is our chance. Go!
아니, 지만 들어가네?
There's got to be another way to get up to the roof. Somewhere.
어이가 없네.
Lumos. Revelio. I hope Natty stays out of trouble.
뭐야? 꽤 많이 있군. 요거 끄집어낼 수 있을까? 윙가르드 힘으로?
Wingardium Leviosa.
끄집어냈네.
Lumos. Wingardium Leviosa. Leviosa. Not the safest place to sneak into.
혼자 쫄았네. 아씨.
It could be useful if I wasn't on this stupid
Mr. Tanis. Lumos.
이러고 다니면 걸리는 거 아니야? 빛이 떠다닙니다. 막. 오 쉣.
You can feed a beast, or it can feed you. I prefer the latter.
뭐야 왜 안 속아? 돌아보지도 않네? 쟤 지금 돌아보고 있는 거야? 여기 보고 있는 거잖아. 아, 저 쾌 때문에 헷갈린다. 잠깐만. 찍어놓은 것 때문에 지금 헷갈려.
Who says crime doesn't pay?
이걸 모른다고? 아무리 밤이지만. 오 쉣.
Ha ha! Time to teach someone a lesson.
쟤 뭐지?
Someone messing about.
안 돼.
Rookwoods don't go down easy.
I'll steady little sneak.
Accio. Incendio. Expelliarmus. Glaciers. Depulso. Confringo.
레벨 1.
Hello, Hamura.
원래는 일로 가는 거 맞아? 저거 이용해서 가는 거 아닌가?
Revelio.
와, 위에 상자 모임?
Wingardium Leviosa. Accio.
상자는 못 땡기나? 이거 들고 들어올 수 있나? 아니야, 이거 들고 오긴 너무 먼데. 너무 멀어. 딴 데서 먹는 데가 있을 거야.
I hope Natty's having an easier time of it.
아! 아, 레벨 2. 아. 똑상하네.
Wingardium Leviosa. Accio.
저걸 꺼낼 방법이 없다. 못 꺼낸다. 저것도 저런 것도 안 땡겨지나?
Wingardium Leviosa.
아, 저것도 안 땡겨지네. 아, 안 땡겨져. 쉣.
You're going home in a wooden box. Suppose it's worth a look.
뭐야, 계속 와.
Oh, I'm going to enjoy things.
Beasts were made to be skinned and eaten.
Call out for me all you want.
쟤 뭐하지?
Benjamin spoiled in of me.
디센더로 공중의 적을 내치기. 아이씨.
Time to teach someone.
I will not be cast about for your amusement. Accio. Incendio. Expelliarmus. Depulso.
얘네 왜 죽었어? 오, 떨어질 뻔. 죽인 적이 없는데? 낙사했나?
Alohomora.
Lumos. Revelio. Descendo. Lumos.
열리잖아.
Deke
깜짝이야.
was right. We need to save you from these barbarians.
니플러? 니플러가 뭐야? 여기 이렇게 렉이 심해. 액박도 최적화 그지 같아. 아주. 퍼프 스캔은 원래 있는 애들이고. 이걸로 A로 담그면 되지. 아니 미안하다. 이걸로 해서. 아니 왜 이러지? 잡으라 그랬는데. 자보놀 4마리, 니질 3마리, 보라색 두꺼비 5마리, 세스트랄 1마리, 히포그리프 2, 불사조 어딨지? 불사조도 있어?
Revelio. Descendo. Flipendo. Revelio.
없는 것만 데리고 가야지. 동물원이 12마리인가 밖에 못 넣어. 무한대로 넣을 수 있는 게 아니에요.
Flipendo. Descendo.
어디야 이거? 아싸. 내가 숨겨둔 거 잘 지켜봐. 뭘 숨겨놨니? 스카프.
Revelio. Lumos.
엄청 높다 여기. 히포.
It's all right.
2마리네?
There you are.
Come on.
빨리 타. 흰색은 양보 못한다.
Hurry.
아이고. 이제 지팡이 버려. 지팡이 버려. 가속. 지팡이랑 속도 지팡이 3단계 업그레이드 하면 비슷하겠는데? 빗자루 3단계 지금 1단계 업그레이드인데 일단 기차는 째끼네. 너 탑건 좀 봤냐? 와, 왜 이렇게 밑에 내려가? 저공 비행하네?
It's incredible, isn't it?
아, 저거 신나가지고 그만 멈추지? 날 샜어 지금.
How exciting.
It was exhilarating, wasn't it? I wasn't sure we were going to make it out alive.
There was no need to worry. I had it all under control.
Were you able to find the letter?
Summoned it straight out of Hallow's hands. I will say, I did not expect to see him cast the killing curse at us. He won't forget this. Be on your guard.
Of course. What did the letter say?
That Rookwood's looking for a phoenix. Not sure where he
저
will
여자애?
find one.
친구예요, 친구.
But it
무슨
also
소리야?
included Harlow's orders to inspect that castle for the poachers. Enough to connect Harlow to the crimes. I shall deliver the letter to Officer Singer. She'll have to do something when she sees it.
Just
Now,
친구, just
tell
friend.
me, where did you meet these hippogriffs?
I've only met Highway before. Poppy introduced us.
Poppy Sweeting knows a hippogriff. Of course she does. Poppy will be relieved to know that Highwing's safe. I came to the right person for help. My mother will be worried. I must go. Seek me out soon. I shall have much to
히포그리프
tell you.
놓고 가라. 와, 저거 하나 거저로 하나 지금 얻어놓고 지금 고맙단 말도 안 하네.